You're listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Podcast, powered by AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel Systems. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel System doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. At least 2 people are reported dead after Ukrainian drone strikes at a warehouse in Russia. A spokesperson with Russia's defense ministry says it impacted their largest online retailer, Wildberries. Fire crews are working to put out a large fire there. Ukraine is looking to dismantle Russia's economy, sabotaging its war efforts against them. President Trump is calling off his threat to attack Iran. The president had suggested the U.S. would attack Iran's energy infrastructure sometime over the weekend in an effort to convince Tehran to surrender. The president said, "We have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off on any attack," and he said he agreed to do so in order to get a deal done quickly that would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. The president added Israel is on board with the latest course of action. Senator James Lankford says President Trump really has no desire to bomb Iran. Appearing on the Fox News Sunday program, the Oklahoma Republican said the president's still focused on trying to be able to get a deal done.
We're dealing with a terrible regime that every president for the past 5 decades has tried to be able to resolve. Trump is the only one that's been willing to be able to put this level of pressure on them. Well, we have the capability to be able to bomb them back to the Stone Age, but there's no desire to be able to do that.
Not so fast, says the state of Louisiana. Attorney General Liz Muriel there says Louisiana will investigate Dr. Anthony Fauci. This comes after Fauci repeatedly invoked the Fifth Amendment during a Senate hearing last week. Muriel said in a post on social media, Fauci claimed to, quote, not recall many key details of his own actions. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A rare battle of words between President Donald Trump and the U.S. District Attorney of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana says he's unsure if the president really believes his claims that vandals actually damaged the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. The Louisiana Republican told the NBC program Meet the Press, in his words, the president exists loudly and he grows anxious when he has an unexpressed thought. Kennedy's comment comes after the president slammed the Justice Department's decision to drop charges against a former Olympian accused of damaging D.C.'s reflecting pool. In a Saturday post on social media, the president said he disagreed 100% with Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. District Attorney of Columbia. More troubles for Ford, yet another recall. First it was Broncos, now Ford recalling over 47,000 F-150 and F-250 trucks.
A spokesperson says the rear camera's display screen blocks when the menu is opening when reversing. It violates a federal rule and may cause an accident. Owners will be sent a letter starting this month. An over-the-air software update may fix this issue for most trucks. For more details, go to the NHTSA webpage. I'm Lisa Carton.
A reminder, if you own an F-150 or F-250 that's been recalled or a Bronco, Ford will send you a letter later on this month. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Cincinnati. If my calculations are correct, it looks like it is that time once again. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone and welcome you into Monday. How about that? Yeah, another weekend in the books. That was fast. In the blink of an eye, we're already rolling into the third day of August. Wrapping up the first weekend in August here. What do you say? We do the same from time zone to time zone and welcome you aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A very comfortable summer night outside the secret bunker. Clear skies. Temperatures about 67 degrees at this hour. Not too shabby. Yeah, we did get some of that drenching rainfall over the weekend. Yes, indeed. A line of strong storms rolled through Saturday afternoon. It's kind of a crazy night with massive crowds. In downtown Cincinnati, had the big open venue concert there at the Bengals Stadium. Chris Stapleton. Yeah, those storms were rolling in right about the time he was supposed to take the stage. Everybody had to kind of head for the concourse areas. But indeed, they got it all done. Yeah, attendees say it was a great concert, great show there. So, how was your weekend? Trust all went well. As we look around the country, that frontal system that pushed through our area there on Saturday continues to push off the East Coast. Now, the last several hours, we're not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings. Everything is really just in regards to the torrential rains that continue to fall in some of these lines in portions of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia. Inches of rain coming down in a few short hours. So that's where we'll start things off with. Tonight we're looking at some of those several bands of showers and thunderstorms now moving through eastern Pennsylvania. Rain begins to wind down in Philadelphia. New York City still going to be looking at more heavy rains. Rain through much of southern New York on up into New England. That separate next line of showers and thunderstorms right through central Pennsylvania. Heaviest rains now pushing east of State College, east of Altoona. Yeah, all kind of heavy rain gradually working its way, say, towards Williamsport, eventually overnight Harrisburg to Lancaster, Macy. Some of these heavy showers pushing through. Additional spotty showers and thunderstorms through portions of West Virginia. Very, very, very scattered. A few clusters of heavy storms that have, again, prompted some flash flood warnings in parts of Virginia, eastern North Carolina. Most of this rain as these storms move out of the Ohio Valley through the eastern third of the country. What we're expecting, rainfall, the flooding risk. The storm system continued creeping east Sunday and through the overnight hours. We'll see periods of some heavy rain in parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast into our Monday, get the new week started. These are very slow-moving downpours, and that's why the rainfall rates exceeding an inch per hour. It already saturated ground in some locations, heightening the risk of flash flooding, localized road closures, and rapid rises on some of the small streams and creeks there. AccuWeather tells us through the overnight hours, the heaviest rain across portions of the Northeast, Pennsylvania, New York. A lot of downpours, lightning as well, especially along the I-90 corridor. On into the new day, the main area of concern shifts a bit closer to the coast. Again, New York City on up into Boston, around Albany, New York. We're talking areas where 8 to 12 inches of rain fell earlier last week. It would only take an inch of rain, say in an hour, or 2 inches in 3 hours to renew the flash flooding there. Yeah, a widespread 1 to 2 inches of rain forecast through Monday night, some heavier pockets of rain in southeastern Canada along or near the I-95 corridor there in the northeast. With some of this rain falling over a short amount of time in some of the heavier thunderstorms, so we could talk about some quick flooding for low-lying and poor drainage areas. Most of the heavy rain should move offshore by later Monday night, maybe a few lingering showers on into Tuesday, especially further south across parts of the mid-Atlantic. And as that all unfolds, the early showers here this week, things quickly shift back to the west and to the northern portions of the plains, where thunderstorms may begin to erupt once again Monday afternoon and evening. It'll be another slow-moving storm across Canada, bringing a cold front across the center of the nation early this week. Thunderstorms developing along that front, producing some hail and damaging winds across the Dakotas and Minnesota later here on Monday. In the Northwest, the wildfires. Wow, Spokane, Washington. Latest numbers I'm seeing, somewhere it's been maybe 650 homes and structures have been damaged or totally destroyed over the weekend in those fast-moving wildfires. That wildfire danger remains very high across the Northwest through this week as the gusty winds, the high temperatures, and ongoing wildfires continue to fuel dangerous conditions. Smoke from those fires will worsen air quality, hazy skies for millions of people. Several large fires have ignited in recent days, including the Old Trails fire there near Spokane. We currently have evacuation orders for thousands that continue. Winds are expected to decrease slightly in the coming days, but nonetheless, wildfire danger remains very high across much of the northwestern USA. A moderate risk extends a bit further east into northern portions of the plains. We've got very dry vegetation, widespread drought conditions that allow for existing fires continue to spread rapidly. Dry thunderstorms are also possible in parts of the region where lightning strikes could indeed spark additional wildfires with little or in some cases no rainfall. As dozens of blazes continue to burn across Washington, Oregon, and parts of British Columbia, those massive plumes of smoke reducing air quality downstream. Hazy conditions, especially in places like Seattle and Portland, Oregon. Some higher level smoke is expected to spread into the plains at times this week, should mainly produce some of those colorful sunrises and sunsets. But the wildfire danger remains very high across the Pacific Northwest as the dry conditions persist. You've got that big heat dome, the high pressure area that continues to strengthen over the region towards the middle of this week. Temperatures will continue to climb despite the slightly weaker winds, with the heat dome strengthening over the Rockies later this week. Another round of extreme temperatures to parts of the Northwest. Highs climbing back into the middle 90s for much of the region. Looking ahead toward, say, mid-August, dry conditions are expected to actually worsen. The drought conditions, wildfire dangers will remain elevated across that entire region. I know late last week, Kyle and several of the crew members there from Hot Shot Secret hopped on the plane there in Columbus, Ohio, and headed over to the Bonneville Salt Flats where the racing has been ongoing over the weekend. Hot Shot Secrets with several sponsored racers there trying to set some new land speed records. I think Kyle had posted earlier, one of our guys had hit that 300 mile per hour mark in an early run. He's trying to best that. But the temperatures, it's just curious. I thought I'd try to give Kyle a call. What's it like being out there in the middle of the salt flats with those temperatures? I think they're right in that zone where afternoon highs are, well into the 100 plus degree mark. It's got to be brutal to be out there in the middle of the day. All right, so good to have you on board. A new day comes our way as we're, underway, August. How about the guardian of chaos? Morning, Steve, 74, cloudy here in the former Constitution State. Looks like high of about 80 here for Monday. Still looking for plenty of rain today. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour. Greatest day of the week? Yeah, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the stick shit eliminator, power mic on. All right, we're hammered down, 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Thank goodness for a new week. Goodbye to the last. All right, let's go. 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Very good. Watch your six. Marianne in the house. Hello, all the overnight listening family. Hope everyone had a good weekend. And as always, have a blessed day. All right, Brett, where are we checking in from? 108 degrees at the home 20 right now. It was 118 this past day. It's a little hot, you think? Let's see. Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Gloomy tonight? All right. Iron Duck, morning to the overnight crew, checking in from Edgerton, Wisconsin. Later this morning, I'll deliver this load of PVC pipe over to Madison, Wisconsin. We're 63 at this hour. Keep the rubber side down, as always. Hey, John Ferguson, happy Monday. Just settled in Horse Cave, Kentucky. I'm already ready for the next weekend. That didn't take long. Stay safe out there, everybody, today. Kevin, checking in. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Troy, Ohio. There's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 72 at this hour. Had a good weekend off. Son and his family came over Saturday with a good friend, family of the daughter-in-law. Had 7 kids under the age of 12 here. They all behaved very well. Pool got a lot of action. Did a lot of paperwork over the weekend. Due to a couple of accidents my trucks have been in over the last 3 years. And, of course, they got scumbag attorneys suing us. No vehicle was towed. No ambulance was needed. Both were minor accidents. I hate attorneys and the people that think we're just piggy banks rolling down the road. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night. And everybody be careful out there. So, there's minor incidents. And what are they suing you for? Tens of thousands? Who knows? Hello, Cliff. Morning, Steve. Yes, had a great weekend besides all the rain and storms. Have a good week. We'll be tuned in every day this week. That's Cliff from Hamilton, Ohio. Hello, Mr. Montgomery. Gary's on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Jason, morning, Steve, passing through Jasper, Texas at this hour. 75 degrees, clear skies, dry roads on my way to Beaumont. Got a load of steel. All right, be safe out there, all the listening family. New week comes our way, just like that. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Yeah, seeing all the devastating video coming out of Spokane over the weekend. The complex fire where thousands of people remained under evacuation orders. Yeah, the individual fires in and around Spokane have burned over, 5,400 acres. But the destruction damaging 600 plus structures. And this update from Sunday afternoon said still 0% contained. And they've got the various levels of evacuation. Level 3 is go. Go now, get out, don't wait around. Several areas of Spokane and Stevens counties. Other neighborhoods in northwest Spokane. Of course, surrounding areas under Level 2, that's be ready to go at a moment's notice for additional neighborhoods across Spokane County. Level 1, that's be ready. Parts of Spokane County, areas between the Spokane River, North Dover Road, they list the neighborhoods there, but it's a very fluid situation. I've seen one guy that had been kind of going through neighborhoods filming. He went through, and there were several homes on fire. He kind of went back. He's out there doing what he's not supposed to be doing. Driving through neighborhoods. Several emergency responders tried to tell him, you need to get the hell out of here. But he's coming back through like an hour later, and there's many, many additional homes that weren't on fire the previous hour were burning. People out there trying to be the latest video star via YouTube, social media, whatever the case. So, but just heartbreaking video. I mean, much of the West fires are raging. All right, trust you had a good weekend otherwise. Let's see. There's road trips huddled around the iPad, tuned in as we get the new week underway. See who we got checking in from Maine, headed south with a load of fries this morning. 70 degrees, kind of humid out here. Yeah, right now. Okay. 844-844-3388. As we get the new week underway. Plenty of industry headlines will bring your way. I don't know. On again, off again. On again. early in the weekend. And I guess that's still the case. They were telling people at all the various embassies in the Middle East, U.S. embassies and capitals across the region, beware of unforeseen escalation. Be ready to leave. This was posted online by the U.S. embassies, again, throughout the entire region: Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. President was talking about, we're going to hit them hard. The biggest strikes since this whole conflict began. Supposedly U.S. and Israel together were looking at this, and this time it was going to be taking out the likes of energy infrastructure, oil infrastructure. The security alert said Americans should consider departing or be prepared to depart should there be escalation. It went on from there. I come in and I do some show prep early on Sunday, but I said, you know what, I'm not going to print up the latest, because by the time I come in here Sunday evening, it's probably going to be a different story, and sure as you know what, it is. Yeah, we've heard this song and dance before. We're going to make a deal. We're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. Nuclear program is ended. 60 days, blah, blah, blah. We'll give you the latest coming up. First, news, a service of industrial injection. Serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is pausing military strikes against Iran as President Trump pursues a new agreement with Tehran. Trump says a proposed deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and eliminate Iran's nuclear threat.
I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country? A disaster.
Meanwhile, the State Department is urging Americans in the region to be prepared to leave if conditions worsen. Senator John Kennedy says he's uncertain whether President Trump believes his claim that vandals damaged the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Comments come after Trump criticized the Justice Department's decision to drop charges against a former Olympian accused of causing the damage. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel System doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. New day comes our way as we kick off the first Monday here in August. August already. You know, blink your eyes, we'll be saying Labor Day weekend. Farewell to summer. Yeah, it is officially kind of the unofficial end of summer there. Typically still have some summertime weather following Labor Day, but by that point in time, the change of the seasons will soon be upon us. So back to on again, off again. This new deal. Immediate, complete, total opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I've heard something identical to that in the past. And an end to Iran's nuclear threat. Have we ever heard that? Based on this request, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful, prosperous Iran to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly seal the deal. A deal being mediated to return the U.S. and Iran to the Memorandum of Understanding that they had signed last month, ensuring the Strait of Hormuz remains open for 60 days without fees and a renewed ceasefire between the two sides. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying Sunday that the strait will in no way return to the status it was before February 28th, the day the war started. So again, we hear from our side one thing, then on Iranian state television, they're saying Iran is discussing shipping through the strait with Oman on the other side of Hormuz, but there's no current talk about reopening the crucial waterway. Like I said, been here before. We say we hear one thing. I suppose the president's mediators are speaking to someone or individuals, but on that side, are they really in charge? Do they have any authority? No deal has been reached yet, but mediation efforts continue. Now, President Trump said Israel is joining his commitment to end the war, implementing the ceasefire deal. Israel did not comment on that announcement. The Saudi crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, the kingdom's de facto leader, spoke with the president over the weekend Saturday, raised concerns about potentially escalating the conflict. The Saudi press agency said the call was candid and constructive, according to a person briefed on the call. The crown prince conveyed that an escalation could have severe impact on the global economy if Tehran responds to a new U.S. bombardment by targeting some of the U.S. allies there. Now, that call before the president's social media announcement. The crown prince, they say, was looking for clarity from President Trump on what potential new action he was weighing to take against Iran. Saudi officials, they went on to say, have underscored in their engagements with the Trump administration that the kingdom, as well as fellow Persian Gulf energy titans, the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, are in a good position to defend against further potential Iranian attacks, but Kuwait could be vulnerable to the Iranian-backed militias there in Iraq that were struck last week by U.S. and Israeli forces. So, what do you say? What do you say, Mr. Grump? Have we been here before?
Yeah, we've seen this movie a couple of times, I think. It's, I was kind of surprised to hear that the Saudis got, that vocal with Trump about this. They've kind of, stayed on the sidelines along with a few others trying to keep the missiles out of their airspace. So, it's kind of shocking that they, call Trump directly and say, talk this. But, this whole thing, I don't know. I think everybody's already talked to Trump and told him just right flat, as long as, that acting Ayatollah, the supreme leader there now, and that acting president, who both are so heavily tied in with the IRCG, this is going to continue, these little pauses, as they would like to call them. And, and then today they published, there was an article published about how China was flying weapons in there, and which didn't surprise us a damn bit. During the first Trump administration, he was very vocal and telegraphed exactly that he wanted to, he wanted to bring this fight to Iran. And, he probably would have if it hadn't been for, John Kelly and James Mattis, that just flat told him that would be one of the stupidest things that he could do as a president of the United States in this capacity right now. I mean, they were beating the hell out of the caliphate. I mean, just whipping its ass, and that was all Mattis. He was the one that pretty much drew up the war plans for that, and they implemented them. And the caliphate was on its knees, and that was one of the biggest fights that I think that Mattis and Trump had was the simple fact that Trump said, all right, let's bring all our troops out of Syria. Let's go ahead and get them out of Syria now. And Mattis said, the fight's not over. We can't walk off and leave the caliphate the way it is. So they went ahead and was able to finish it up. But that was when, right after that was when Mattis decided to leave the administration and put in his resignation. And, I think I think he's hard-headed as hell. He doesn't understand the optics of this, because I think he just kind of sees things as I'm the boss. I am the CEO, and I'm calling all the damn shots and stuff like that. And every time he does one of these pauses and stuff like that, it gives them opportunities to move assets around that country. And for many, many years, ever since his first administration, when he made it clear that he would go after Iran, that, and they kind of looked at this also as if he was reelected instead of Biden, that this would already came into effect, that he would have already done this. So they had all this time. Actually, they had nearly 8 years to build their arsenals. Between that and during the Biden administration, he drove oil prices through the damn roof. So, Iran and Russia and everybody else that, deals in oil, they profited off of that greatly. I mean, they were able to build their arsenals up. And it was no secret, Steve, that we could annihilate their Navy and their Air Force in just a matter of minutes, and we did that. Just one night, they were gone. But the one thing that everybody else that also knew was the simple fact that they had so much harassment capability with all of this arsenal of drones and these small I guess you could call them ballistic missiles. I don't know they're not that big, but they can create havoc. I mean, they can pop a punch there, but they moved them all over the damn country, all over the country. And now we got, there's a lot of infighting in the Kurds right now in the northern part of Iraq. So I don't know if that's going to, how that's going to affect things, whether or not they're going to be able to move in and like I said before, the Kurds are a brutal bunch of people, man. They, I was right there among them, man. In the northern provinces of Iraq, there, these people, I mean, they get blood in the damn. They're like a damn shark, man. They can smell blood in the water, and they just they really do not care. I mean, they would stomp through there, in a matter of minutes. But that's not what they want, because they. I don't know, man. Like I said, it's until they cut off the heads of these two snakes that's in there right now, and get rid of that acting Ayatollah, blow his ass up, and the acting president, who is one of the main players in the Republican Guard. He was a bigwig there. He supported them, and until they cut off that bunch right there, I don't think this is ever going to end. It's just going to, Trump's just going to be. Keep listening to Saudi Arabia and people like that and saying, hey, let's have this little pause here. But, the one damn good thing about it is that, Hamas is right now on their heels. They've, they've agreed to a complete, drawdown of their forces there. One of the reasons is they're not getting any money. They're flat ass broke. And I've always thought, and maybe I'm just wrong, but from being years in the military, that the first thing you do is, you look at is the troublemakers. I just always thought if they went after Hezbollah hot and heavy, if they went after Hamas hot and heavy, if they went after the Houthis hot and heavy and just flat pounded them in the dirt, who in the hell is Iran going to spend money on? I mean, they were there. Basically, their harassment arm of the Iranians. I mean, that's just the way it was. But I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. But I don't think this ceasefire is going to last. The last one that when they come up, I said it wouldn't last 10 days. It lasted 3 days, and then they were back to shooting again. So the fact that
first thing we saw was what some of the IRGC decided to hit a vessel in the strait, if memory serves, because. That's pretty much what we heard yesterday. President said it's going to be a full opening of the strait. Iran saying, well, no, not necessarily, no.
Yeah, that's and why in hell are they even got a voice in this? I have no idea. I mean, I know for a fact that that whole region around there, the first thing on their mind, if Iran starts losing money on their oil, if there was a thought. If they thought for a second that we would be overtaking Karg Island, the first damn thing they would do would be do the same thing that Saddam Hussein did on while he was exiting Kuwait, was be blow the damn oil wells or the well heads and the pumping stations and everything else that's there. They would set that crap on fire. If they can't have that money off that oil, nobody's going to. And it's, there. I don't know if you've ever looked at a satellite image of that island or not, but there's quite a few tank batteries there, big tanks, holding tanks. And it's not just there; it's all that whole coastal region right there. There's a lot of oil there. I mean, there's a lot of tanks. There's a lot of that's a lot of money in there. And if they was to start blowing that, it would drive oil prices through the damn roof. I mean, it literally would. It would put fear in, I guess, in a lot of people. And one of the best things that's happening right now that I can see is the simple fact that there's several countries right now that's wanting to dissolve their membership in OPEC. And, that would bring oil prices down drastically if they got away from OPEC. If OPEC just went away, because number one, every country would be bargaining to get their oil out to market. So, and it would drive oil prices down because they'd have to sell their oil if they wanted to eat instead of just, giving everything to OPEC right now and letting them, play it on the world stage the way they're doing, in a global market. And they play I think it's about if I remember correctly, about a 60%, somewhere around there on the national stage as far as the oil that hits the global market. OPEC's right up there among them all. But I think there's a lot of countries right now that really would rather sell their own and get their own profits off of it, because it's just I don't know. It's this whole thing with OPEC, and after Venezuela fell, they're part of that. They're selling oil right and left and at reasonable prices and stuff, and so are we. We've got a mess of it on the market right now, but the speculators are driving the damn prices up and down and up and down. You never know what it's going to be from one day to the next because of the speculation involved in this, and a lot of it is so much of the instability of the instability in that region. It's just nobody knows what oil field is going to get hit by Iran, and with some rogue damn bomb that's going to go off, or a missile. So it's driving speculation and everything the way it is. And I think Trump's kind of messing in his mess kit, if you will. I think he needs to just really consider this, and if right now, if China's landing planes in there, they need to blow that damn runway up. That should have been first and foremost. Hit the international airport, because that's where they're bringing it in. Just, tear up the damn runway. I mean, we got bombs and stuff like that can hit a runway, bore into the ground there pretty good, blow it up, and never shake the dishes inside one of the towers or something like that. I mean, we have that capability, and I think they should have really looked at that, because they knew damn well that they were going to try to get resupply in there by China and by Russia. But yet they kind of took the high road and said, yeah, we'll just, we just don't want to start any crap with China right now. Then you got Hegseth. He's talking about his military is as strong as it's ever been, and since World War II, and we can withstand any kind of I guess fight right now. But I tell you what, we got to get stuff back in our arsenal, because they're depleting it pretty damn quickly. And before he starts spouting off about how we can whoop somebody's butt in just a matter of no time, we got to have the capability to do that. And I think right now it's the time to ramp up production and start getting this thing done. But we're going to see. We're going to see what's going to happen. But like I said, I think he's crazy for doing this. They should set out right flat and just start working on that administration that's over there right now, just start killing them off. You can't tell me that the Mossad and Jordanians and the CIA and everybody else that's in that region, that's operating in that region, and covertly doesn't know where all these people are. They know exactly where they are. If they're underground, hell, seal the hole up. It's, it just makes sense. Put a couple of bunker busters in there or whatever, and seal it up. Let them stay down there. Hell, if that's where they want to be, let them stay there. But until they get rid of them, Steve, this is going to be tit for tat the whole damn the rest of the year, and I'm just sorry Trump don't see that, man. He's fought with our military guys, and he don't know his head from his, ass when it comes to military strategy. He needs to listen to every damn body, not just in the people at the yes men and everybody that he put in the administration. He needs to go outside of the administration and start talking to some of these generals that he don't think's worth a damn, because they spent their life in those regions. They know those regions, and they know the capabilities and stuff like that. And he needs to listen to them. It's not always about yes. It's always he has to take a deep breath once in a while and sit back and go, hey, maybe I need to get some outside help in this too, and get some other, open it up, for some other discussions and stuff. And I don't know. That's just my view on it. But
gotcha.
Anyway, that's about all I got for tonight.
Well, it's great to hear from you. Appreciate you checking in, Grump. Have a good night. Safe travels. There you go. And it's 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Alrighty, rolling down the home stretch for hour number 1 here. Yeah, let's see, get the new week started. Coming up next hour, industry updates. I'm pretty sure Braindead will be checking in vacation is over. Over the weekend, he shared a little link of one of those industry headlines. Something along the lines is, where is the union leadership protesting this announcement, which was TFI International plans to expand its U.S. non-union less-than-truckload operations, including through acquisition, according to executives. Looking into adding a non-union LTL carrier. For about 200 million Canadian. That'd be 142 million U.S. at current exchange rates, according to the CEO, Alan Bedard. He was speaking to analysts during their second quarter earnings call. After the market closed July 27. So, FreightWaves kind of broke that down. Well, what does that mean? impacts, and more trucking operations. Indeed, delving into the artificial intelligence. FreightWaves broke down Hirschbaugh's push into AI driver communication. Yeah, Hirschbaugh Motor Lines chose to partner rather than build in-house, picking Augment's AI platform to automate driver communications. Augie, as it's rebranded, as far as Hirschbaugh, it's going to be called Hershey internally. It now handles all outbound driver outreach on the brokerage side across 3 interaction types. More we'll explain coming up. News first, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is facing criticism from Senator Mark Kelly over the Iran conflict. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Here's a guy who got us into this without a strategic goal, without a plan, without a timeline. He's got a Secretary of Defense that doesn't know how to manage this war.
Kelly said the administration is flailing and needs a way out. Trump says he's paused attacks after requests from Iran and other nations to pursue a deal, reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending Iran's nuclear threat. Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General could be pulled by the president due to GOP opposition.
In a Truth Social post Thursday, Trump said he has no objection to temporarily withdrawing the nomination if Senators John Cornyn and Thom Tillis don't do the right thing. Cornyn and Tillis both expressed reservations about confirming Blanche over Trump's proposed anti-weaponization fund. John Summers, USA Radio News.
AI security tests reveal new hacking concerns.
Artificial intelligence is raising new cybersecurity questions after Anthropic says its Claude AI models breached 3 organizations during security testing. The company says the systems accessed the internet during evaluations and exploited basic weaknesses, including weak passwords. Anthropic says safeguards have been reviewed and testing has been suspended as experts examine how to better secure advanced AI technology. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
An extreme heat dome is pushing temperatures up 20 degrees above normal across much of the West and Plains. Forecasters warn of more record highs and increased wildfire risks, with Palm Springs, California reaching 117 degrees yesterday. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.09. California is home to the highest average prices, while Texas has the lowest. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Senator Bernie Moreno says Ohio Congressman Max Miller should not serve in the House of Representatives.
This comes following allegations of abuse made by Moreno's daughter against Miller. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats during their marriage. In a post on X, Moreno said Miller needs serious psychological help and is a danger to his daughter. Miller has denied allegations and has stated that he's staying in the race. I'm Lisa Carton.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is extending the deadline for homeowners in order to appeal the controversial pied-à-terre tax.
People that own a second home worth more than $5 million and don't list New York as their primary residence will be hit with a new tax unless they file for an exemption. The deadline to file for that exemption is being pushed from August 21st to September 18th. City officials have already started sending out letters alerting property owners that they could be subject to this new tax if they are unable to prove they live in the city full time. Money raised from the levy is expected to bring in $500 million to go towards the city budget. In New York, I'm Lizzie Radabali.
A group of Houston area moms is suing to block the Texas law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in public school classrooms. The lawsuit argues the mandate violates a state constitutional parental rights amendment approved by voters last November. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Gene Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, well, sure didn't take long, but we wrap up the weekend. And just like that, rolling into the greatest day of the week. According to Cap and Ron. Saw he kind of shared over the weekend the end of the era, as Friday was his final day there, 19 and a half years. with that same company. But he did give us the good news there Friday as well. Got a new job lined up. So right back out on the road, right? So trust you had a good weekend. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We'll see what's going on with Plowboys. We get the new week underway. What's happening?
Not too much, Steve. Good morning. Have a good weekend. I guess it's too short.
Too short. Yes, sir.
Getting shorter every time we turn around, brother. Every time we turn around. I got a couple of real serious things, and get to the fun, better stuff. But okay, everybody listening to me, Stevie included. We had a driver, good friend of mine, a father of some children in my job line up here, went home, laid his head down, and did not wake up at the age of 39 years young.
Wow.
And it's worse than that. No drugs are involved. He did smoke cigarettes. I would give you that. But here's my problem. Everybody tonight, talk to your wife, your significant other. Check your damn fire alarms, please. The fire alarm, we do not believe, ever went off in his house. And he lost his life at 39 years young. That's too damn young to die.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in a fire that could have been easily preventable. And that's just the way my feelings are. But, yep. Yeah, good kid, good worker. He's a loss. It's just something I did not want to have to say, but check your fire. Just hit the damn button on the thing. If you think
you check those batteries. Yeah, batteries in the smoke detectors, right? Yeah.
Exactly, sir. But, well, I didn't mean to bring everybody down on that clue, but I do have a question. When was the last time you heard from Norman out of north central Kansas?
Of course, he doesn't call, but it's been you're right. It's been a while since he's chimed in there with the big. He was supposed to be getting back on the road, wasn't he?
Yeah, Mother Johnny's calling in, telling the weather conditions out there and all that. He's about your second or third email that you read normally, and
yeah,
just had me scratching my head there for a minute, sir. That's all. But I don't know. I just have been wondering. I was going to ask you the other night, and we got to talking about something else. But and congratulations, Grump. You stole my thunder. I think Grump needs to park that damn truck and go to Washington and tell him how to solve this damn thing. He's got more clues on how to prevent this crap. Get it over with. Yeah, I ain't teasing you, Grump. You've got more insight than 99% in that damn cabinet, and he's got a bunch of smart individuals in that cabinet. Just, you got to be one head of step, and since you've been over there, you know what the hell goes over in that damn north sector of the world. But you were talking about the deal up there in the Bonneville Salt Flats. Just imagine stepping on a nicely warm piece of porcelain, Steve. About 150 degrees. That's about the way the temperature radiates off that salt flat out there, if not a little bit hotter. I walked about a quarter of a mile out into it.
Mm-hmm.
It can get damn hot. I'm surprised they're not blowing the hell out of them tires, tell you the truth.
Yeah, I know. Kyle shared a little video there Friday, and I was kind of like, he said his impression was he thought the salt flats was more like sand kind of thing, and he said it's not. I mean, it's a little bit soft to the first couple inches, he said, but it's almost hard as a rock.
Sure is. I mean, that white, and it does not. And just in my opinion, just my opinion only, there is no reflective like most generally people would say, put white on and you'll, you do not feel it backwards in it. Like a white, or wearing a tight a white T-shirt or something like that, sir. But I do have one funny for you. Look what happened now. I think it was Concordia, Antarctica. Antarctica set a record low of 119 degrees below zero.
I saw that
2 times.
Yes. Yep.
I was like, damn, my teeth was chattering reading that, and it was 99 degrees when I read that. And I was like, damn, I could settle for, not that damn deep, but just imagine them salt flats and 250 degrees or better difference from there to there. But you're talking about up there, that's going to, I hate to say this, if they don't get them fires contained up there, Steve, Spokane, you're not much from here. It jumped into Post Falls, Idaho. Then you're only 73 miles across Idaho, and you're in the northwest part of Montana.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all high, hilly, brushy. If they don't get it slowed down, you got a bunch of stuff going on. But I do have to give credit to somebody. They finally listened to what President Trump said over in Oregon in this matter, though. Finally, Oregon pulled their head out of their butts, and I guess now they're going to start thinking about cleaning up their forests. I remember years ago, they were very adamant. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Steve?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to say something. I didn't want to walk on you. But
gotcha.
Now they pulled their head out of their butts, and now they're talking about doing them. Because I had family and friends up there that got knocked out of some of that, what they had talked about in the first administration, as far as going through there and thinning out some of them dead trees and all that whole year.
And, I mean, wasn't the whole debate about that something about, I don't know, some owl or something that they didn't want to clear the underbrush or something because it would disrupt their habitat, I guess?
It's always a bug or something that, they put some bug before our lives and our property too, Steve.
Well, when everything burns, I think that definitely disrupts the owl's habitat, does it not?
Damn right it should, but they don't care. But as long as they got something to blame it on, me and you and everybody else. But Steve, one last thing. I don't know if you'll hear it again tonight because they might have hit it. Did you hear where Louisiana's talking about going after Fauci now since he pleaded the Fifth?
Supposedly going to be joining, I guess, the Florida case where they're going after him. They're going to join in. That's correct.
Every red state needs to go after that yahoo until they can get him to pester out and then we can put the cuffs on him, put him under the jail for a while because they just going off the COVID deaths. There's more deaths that he has caused, and we're still going to find the deaths that are going to radiate out of that time frame, Steve, is going to be much like 9/11. They're going to still be dying throughout the years because all the things that was not being able to be done because of the COVID, taking the room out of the hospitals, the elective surgery not being able to be done. How many people died of cancer because they couldn't get in the dang hospital, sir?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm at.
Right.
And I hope they hang everyone around that damn boat. And get her and get Fauci and Burke or whatever her damn name was. Get them all. I could care less because they sure as hell didn't do anything that they should have been doing. There was no protection. It was all about them and their money. I like to see how many kickbacks they got out of it. And no. And how many people lost their jobs because of, I didn't take the jab.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yep.
Well, I'll get off here. I'll let somebody else chime in. I appreciate it there, Steve.
They always say, hindsight is 20/20. And for those who at the time were actually trying to speak out, you were silenced, censored, evil, dubbed as evil people. nonetheless. How about, it won't be long. We're into the month of August now. 20 days. Well, 19 and 20 days away. August 22nd, 23rd. Now, nobody but Roger Penske, they say, looked at the National Mall and thought, this needs a racetrack. Indeed, August 22nd, 23rd, Indy cars will hit 200 miles per hour on the streets of Washington, D.C., part of the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. A race all about and around America's 250th anniversary, the 1.66-mile circuit, running straight through the heart of the Capitol building in the background, history on all sides. That last part's where things get a little complicated, they say. The Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, the Wright Brothers plane, the Spirit of St. Louis. Every single one of them sits inside buildings that line the race route. And right now, the people responsible for keeping those things intact, according to this report, are quietly panicking. Museums near the route are reportedly bracing for potential damage from vibrations, with reports warning vibrations caused by 2 days of Indy cars tearing past at 200-plus miles an hour won't exactly be good for them. The National Gallery of Art has already run its own vibration study and started moving sensitive pieces away from the walls that face the track. The National Archives, which holds the original Declaration of Independence and Constitution, are directly on that route. So does the Air and Space Museum, where the Wright Flyer and the Lindbergh's Spirit of St. Louis hang from the ceiling on wires. A block away, the National Museum of American History has the original Star-Spangled Banner and the gunboat Philadelphia, America's oldest surviving warship, which is already dealing with active wood warping and structural splitting before a single car has turned a wheel. Here's the physics. IndyCar engines at full throttle reach close to 140 decibels. That's what standing next to a jet engine feels like. Conservation studies show damage to historic materials can start at 80 decibels. This race will run at nearly double that for 2 straight days. Now, they say under normal federal rules, ground vibrations near historic structures during construction are capped at 0.20 inches per second. There's no such limit on this race. It's not an oversight. It's the direct result of how the event got approved in the first place. Roger Penske took the idea straight to Trump. The route the D.C. official had originally signed off on was kind of toned down, kept away from the major landmarks. The president, however, wanted the Capitol in the shot. An executive order went out instructing the National Park Service and federal land managers to issue full construction permits, with local zoning boards cut out of the conversation entirely. Getting a race approved on the National Mall would normally mean years of acoustic mapping, seismic testing, and public comment periods. Tying the event to the semi-quincentennial gave the administration a legal hook to classify it as a national heritage celebration. And that classification cleared the regulatory runway in a matter of weeks rather than years. Roger Penske came reinforced with political backing. Impossible to miss. On July 13, he shipped an actual IndyCar chassis to the White House driveway. 3 IndyCar drivers stood on the lawn in full gear while the Team Penske crew knocked out a tire change in 6.5 seconds on live television. Not really a publicity stunt so much as a statement. Nobody was stopping this race. All right, no agency was required to study what 140 decibels does to a 240-year-old document or hand-stitched flag, so the institutions did it themselves. The National Gallery paid for its own emergency simulations. Smithsonian curators spent their own time applying conservation wax to artifacts and shifting paintings off of perimeter walls. Sarah Bronin, who ran the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, was pretty straightforward. You don't want to see some of these things maybe toppling over from rumblings or vibrations. All right. GSA preservation contractors said back in March, the wall's substrate is slowly, systematically undermining the aggregate within the plaster. Yeah, you could see some of the whole event is to celebrate what these buildings hold. Whatever they come out of in one piece, that may be a question. All right. Interesting stuff. 23 past the hour. Here on a Monday, greatest day of the week. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve-O? Man, I'm glad that week's over with, brother. Man. It was just like a Murphy's Law week for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Hopefully things run a little smoother this week, right?
Yeah. This lady calls me. She was downtown. Dad, I swerved. Somebody cut me off. I swerved into the curb and put a big gash in the tire. Had to get a tow truck down there, tow it back out here to Harrison. Had to go down, pick her and the kids up, get a tire put on it, dropped it off, and followed the tow truck up there. And didn't even get back to the house yet. And calling, hey man, that other tire, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's pretty damn bald too. I'm like, all right, go ahead, put a new one on it. That was a $750 trip, dude. God. At least, Steve, silver is at $58 an ounce. Remember a few months ago, I was took some silver out to the old pawn store. Got a retired buddy that works at that pawn store now. I forget how many ounces I took in, but it was $86 an ounce when I cashed it in, and that's a difference of $30 an ounce. So when I cashed it in, it's a good thing I did when I did. Whether it's going to go back up or not, I don't know. I know I cashed in probably, I don't know, at least $3,000 worth of silver. Maybe between 3 and 4. About half, not even half of what I had, maybe half of what I had. Anyway, yeah, man, my hearing, Steve, you're talking about decimals, right? Seriously thinking about buying a can for the rifle since they're legal now. You don't have to go through all the silencers is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
You want to put on the rifle because I stood next to too many people shooting. And I had ear protection on too, but still, and then blowing things up sometimes. I think what done it, Steve, is working out here where I worked for several years. A lot of farmland, a lot of deer. Before the park, Whitewater Park, started thinning them out because they were so bad.
Yeah.
Right? Really started sniping them out, donating the meat to the homeless shelters, so everybody benefited. But the car crash, Steve, I don't know how many deer. I was back in the rutting season. I would come in, I'd shoot maybe 3 or 4 deer a night, man, due to car crashes. And you don't have ear protection, Steve. I guess, for a while I started carrying it in my trunk. I guess I could have got out and popped the trunk and dug out the ear protection. I don't know, but I shot many a deer, man, without no ear protection in, and that's probably what done my hearing protection in. I do want to talk to Iran, but about these fire alarms, Steve, if you don't, as Plowboy was saying, put a fire alarm in every room. A lot of people got them in the kitchen, in the hallway, that kind of thing. Put them in your bedrooms. Steve, it's 2 screws, right? It's no big deal. All battery operated. If you don't have them in the bedrooms, because when you are asleep, your body cannot smell smoke. That's why people die of smoking. They don't burn up in the fire. What happens is they can't smell the smoke, and they die of smoke inhalation. And then burn up.
Wow.
Yeah, so you don't have them in the bedroom, folks. Because you might not hear it, man. If you're a heavy sleeper, I don't know, like me, my bedroom, daggone, Steve, I had to soundproof it and nocturnal. Neighbors out there 10 o'clock in the morning cutting the grass. So, they're pretty daggone loud. I'm shining a light sleeper, too, so I'm pretty sure I would hear it out in the hallway. But,
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't realize you cannot smell smoke when you're sleeping. Hey, news, a service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is pausing military strikes against Iran as President Trump pursues a new agreement with Tehran. Trump says a proposed deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and eliminate Iran's nuclear threat.
I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. Will they be flooded with people pouring into their country? That disaster.
Meanwhile, the State Department is urging Americans in the region to be prepared to leave if conditions worsen. Senator John Kennedy says he's uncertain whether President Trump believes his claim that vandals damaged the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Comments come after Trump criticized the Justice Department's decision to drop charges against the former Olympian accused of causing the damage. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups
us today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up, more on the wildfires raging out west. And they say more than 250,000 acres in Washington state alone. Widespread evacuation, power outages, according to state officials Saturday evening. Yeah, they tell us about 4,000 people fighting more than a dozen blazes in the state, according to the Commissioner of Public Lands. Again, more coming up. Let me get back to Pappy here. All right.
Thanks for holding me over to Steve-O. I want to address Iran. I want to address a couple things Trump said. Air out a couple things here I think's going on. I was hoping you got my email before Trump hung up. I wanted to get his opinion on these drones. The technology with these drones, Steve, is just off the hook. Every day, I mean, literally every day, it's getting better, and better, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if while Trump was out of office for them 4 years, and with the war going on over there between Russia and Ukraine, and the technology leaps just going in bounds, if maybe the Trump administration, when they first got back in here, maybe were blindsided by Iran's drone technology. Maybe they didn't realize what they all had. I don't know. You would think, right, with the intel, you would think that they would know. But Steve, daggone it, man. I mean, you know, they're still launching these daggone things and doing damage. So what the hell? And I get it, Steve. You know, everything we hear coming out of the White House and out of the media, and forget the media, only everything we hear coming out of the White House, they can't tell us really what's going on. To be honest about it, we probably really have no clue. So I wonder if that maybe caught them off guard a little bit, the amount they had and whatnot. Now, Grump did make a statement that Trump needs to maybe stop listening to some of his generals, and I'll get to that in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to let you know I have seen several clips, Steve, not just one, that Trump will listen to the enlisted, not even officers. There's been many times guys have come in and Trump has pinned medals on them, and he sat them down and he said, hey, listen, I want to get your guys' opinion over here. So I'm talking mainly about Afghanistan, right?
Okay.
What's your guys' view here, man? What's going on? You know, what can we do better? That's a fact. He has done that, and it has pissed off the higher ups when he done that. Sorry, the dog getting on my nerves here. Then he mentioned Pete Hegseth coming out and talking about, hey, you know, we're the strong. Steve, that's done on purpose, man. He had to come out and say that, even though it might be BS. With all the reports, right, of us having shortages now, which are they true? Or, you know, probably are, man. We've been popping a lot of primers, popping a lot of caps, so to speak. So he had to come out and project strength, you know. So that's all done on purpose, man. I would just let that go over your head. Steve, here's my thing, dude. I'm really starting to wonder. And you know, I've talked about this in the past about how we got people in the government that are still fighting Trump. Steve, do we have, and we've had it before with Milley, Steve, are any of these highest level Pentagon in the Situation Room with Trump, are they trying to sabotage this daggone Iran deal? Are they giving him bad intel on purpose? All the things Grump said, Steve, he always hits the nail on the head, man. And I agree with, if it ain't 100%, it's 99.9% with Grump, man. Me and him could be blood brothers. You don't think Trump knows that, though, man? I mean, it's just common sense. Now, even when I watch some clips from some other people not in his administration now that maybe used to be years ago, retired generals, are saying the same thing. Pound them, man. Don't stop pounding them. Harold Ford, who's a Democrat who supports the war, right, was saying the same thing from the get-go. He said he should have never stopped pounding them from day one. Why is he not? He has to know. There has to be military leaders that know this, and I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm wondering if some people are giving him bad intel. They're not on his side, our side. You think that Afghanistan pullout, Steve, right, under the Biden administration? Listen, it's always a good thing to pull out. Especially, you don't want to pull out too late, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
When you pull out, you got to pull out. You understand what I'm saying? That might go over a lot of people's head. But anyway, that pullout in Afghanistan, Steve, you don't think they knew what was going to happen? Come on, man. You don't think the military, the ones that really knew, they knew what was going to happen? They did it on purpose. Why? All the billions of dollars of equipment that we left behind over there and the way that was done, you don't think unless you got Biden in the Situation Room, half asleep, and they're telling him, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Every single one of them going around the table, don't do it, don't do it, don't. And he does it anyway? That's a possibility. If that happened, why didn't every one of them damn generals resign? So I don't know, man. I'm worried that there's some shenanigans going on in there. Just kind of worried about it. What the hell, Steve? Hey, what do you say we pack up and go to Spain, babe? You there?
What a mess.
Did I lose you?
I mean, 48,000 in like 24 hours flooded in there.
Yeah, I think they were saying 60. Some of the estimates were 60. I mean, it's obviously hard to.
But I mean, you see, these caravans that look like they go on forever. Just waltzing in.
Steve, it looked like a flashback of our border, right? And to beat it all, you got the, whatever he's called in Spain, the leader, president, whatever. I guess the day before or a couple days, he's come on in, free asylum. Come on in, folks. You get a car, you get a car, you get a car. And boy, did they come. Did you notice, though? Steve, they were all young men.
It was military age, yes. Yeah,
same
like
thing
18
here,
to 30 kind of age, but for most of them, I mean.
Now, I heard somebody made a comment that, I should write this stuff down, man, but most of them came from another close-by country over there. I can't remember the name of it. And they got real strict criminal. They're kind of leftist, but they do have strict criminal rules. So in other words, if you get convicted, if they convict you or something, you're going to do the time. And that was one of his thoughts was, let's get the hell out of here and go to Spain. It'd be like the United States. We can commit a crime, walk in the front door, walk right back out the back door within a half hour. I don't know. Spain's going to be a hurting puppy if they don't solve that problem. And Steve, here's the thing. People are starting to really wake up all around the world. We're seeing how stupid. I mean, how stupid can you be, right? And people are realizing it. I don't know, man. I don't know if you heard this. That Olympian guy that was charged with... Yeah,
Pirro decided to drop the charges. That's Jeanine Pirro, yes, right? Sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. Jeanine Pirro came out and dismissed the charges. So, number one, if they found out, right, exculpatory information that cleared him, Steve, they did the right thing, right? We don't want to charge an innocent person if we know they're innocent, if something came out. But, man, when you watched her press conference about when she charged him, she was pretty confident that they had the goods on this dude. So what's going on here? And now the media, right? The communist, jihadist media coming out. See, Trump's lying, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying. Well, Steve, there's 3 others that were still charged that they did not dismiss the charges on. But I don't know what the deal was, but obviously he got caught up in something, or I don't know. But if he's innocent, I'm glad they dropped the charges. I don't want to see an innocent man charged. You know. But the news media coming out and saying, see, it was not vandalism. It was just sloppy workmanship. Well, that's not true yet. There's still 3 other people charged that they have not dismissed the charges on.
And it may be a kind of maybe a combination of the two.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably is. I think even Trump mentioned that, that there was some issues. Then again, Steve, we talked about these government prevailing wage jobs, right? What can the government do anything really right? Maybe besides our military. I mean, we're not going to dog them guys. But if you got some military leaders that are willing to sabotage the war, man, I don't know. All right, brother, let's get the week started. Man, I am ready to kiss you on goodbye. Let's go.
Farewell, sayonara. There you go. All right, Pappy, thank you so much. Yeah, enjoy your greatest day of the week, right?
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel System doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
All right, here we go. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, Monday. And see what Eagle has going on. Back at it another week. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road. I got some things to say about Donald Trump once again once again, another weekend of he say, she say, and I got something to say about that. But before I do that, I want to go over this incident that took place in Idaho over the weekend. The shooting rampage. I want to say this. When I was sitting in the truck stop the other day, Steve, on Saturday, looking at doing some paperwork in my truck, I had my phone on. Along comes a message about a shooting taking place in Idaho. Yeah, I've been there a couple of times and don't really care. Don't really like Idaho that much. Don't know the people. Don't know anybody there. Don't want to know nobody there. But to begin with, did I go to a man that shot people at an In-N-Out hamburger place? Okay. So I say to myself, maybe he had a disagreement with somebody that worked at the restaurant. And maybe we'll hear more news later on the night. But then what I see later on in the night on television is a man with a rifle going car to car shooting people. He literally walked up to a car, to the front windshield of the car. Don't even know who this person is. Never met the person. Don't even know the person's name, and shot through the front windshield and killed a man. I think he killed 3 people and over 7 or 8 people are injured. And none of these people did nothing to this man. Don't even know who this guy is. He walks into the area and just starts shooting for no reason. Luckily, we don't have to deal with this guy no more. Luckily, they claim that he committed suicide, which I doubt. I think the police killed him. But either way, it doesn't matter. He's where he belongs, in the bottom pits of hell right now. That's where he needs to be, because he's nothing but a coward to take innocent lives of people that he doesn't know and know anything about these people. You're frustrated with your life? Okay, no problem. Go get a gun and do your own deal. And take your own self out. But don't take innocent people. I got a problem with that, with a guy going from car to car shooting people that he don't even know. Mm-hmm. And like I said before, luckily he's no longer with us, and he would have done everybody a favor if he would have just took himself out before he even did that. But unfortunately, we got a lot of cowards that live in the United States, and that's the reason why you see so much shooting going on. Because it doesn't take I just want to say this right quick. It doesn't take a man to pull a trigger. If you want to be a man, to do it the old school way, fight with your hands. That's how you prove who the best man is. You don't prove who the best man is by seeing who got the biggest gun or seeing who got the biggest bullets. Only cowards do that, and I don't care who likes what I say. Now, let me move on to this next subject. And that's with Donald Trump. And I told you this last week, Steve, and it's getting kind of old to repeat the same thing over and over. Either Donald Trump is a liar, or he's a very stupid person. One of the two at this point, Steve. One of the two, because I'm being point blank in what I'm saying. Because see, first of all, I told you this before about giving away military secrets and ideas. Why would you announce on the television that this is going to be the biggest attack since World War II? Why are you alerting your enemy? Did the Japanese alert the United States in Pearl Harbor that they were going to do what they were going to do, Steve?
No, sir. Huh? Surprise.
Okay.
Complete surprise.
What'd you say?
Complete surprise.
Okay, so why would Donald Trump want to announce that he's going to attack them with the biggest attack since World War II? Makes no sense. And I'm pretty sure the military leaders, they don't like it, but they're too much of a coward to admit it because they don't want to lose the job. But like I said before, that talking about doing stuff before you do it is bad news for soldiers, because all you do is alert your enemy so they can be ready for you when you attack. That's all he's doing, is alerting them. Now, getting back to what that again, Steve, we go through this just about every weekend, it seems, okay? He says that he called off the attack. And I just told you the other day, on Thursday when I talked to you, that you don't call off the attack when you're trying to get somebody to surrender. When you attack them day and night, 24 hours a day. You don't attack them and then lay off on the officer. We'll take a couple of days off and see if that works. No, that doesn't work. All you do is allow the enemy to reestablish themselves and get ready for the next attack. That's all you're doing. So he's only hurting himself when he do that. Okay, but here's the problem I have, Steve, and it's nothing but a lie. You know, at one point I was thinking to myself, maybe he is right about that. But like I told you before, either Donald Trump is a liar or he's stupid, because he keeps saying that Iran wants to make a deal with him, but yet as soon as he says that, all Iranian TV comes and says that Iran, there is no negotiated part. I know there are. I've heard about J.D. Vance or anybody else associated with the United States over in that area making deals with Iran. And it's got to be true, because Iran is still shooting missiles. I'm going to ask you that simple question, Steve. How, and I love to ask Donald Trump the same thing, how is Iran trying to negotiate a deal when they're still shooting off missiles? That don't sound like somebody who's trying to call off the war or whatever they want to call off if you're still firing off missiles. So like I said, all the lies need to come to a stop, Steve, and be honest with the American people. There are no negotiations going on, because if there was, Iran was trying to negotiate, they wouldn't be firing missiles.
Right. Yeah, I guess, again, like I said earlier, whoever's talking to whoever's not talking to the one that's, I guess, on the state media in Iran responding to, there's too many chiefs. News, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal.
The U.S. is pausing attacks on Iran as President Trump pursues a possible agreement with Tehran. Trump says the deal would include reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending Iran's nuclear threat. The State Department is urging Americans in the region to prepare for possible evacuation. Senate Republicans have blocked a resolution that would have required President Trump to withdraw troops from Iran.
Republican Senators Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Rand Paul joined Democrats in support.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 15. The motion is not agreed to.
Thursday's vote came as lawmakers continue to debate the expanding conflict, with concerns growing over the safety of U.S. service members and rising energy prices. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The president is warning of future border surges.
President Trump Trump is warning that the United States could face a migrant crisis similar to the one unfolding in Spain if Republicans lose upcoming elections. Trump pointed to a surge of migrants entering Spain's Ceuta region from Morocco. Democrats have challenged his claims, while Republicans say the situation underscores the need for stronger border enforcement and immigration policies. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says parents should vaccinate their children against measles as cases continue to rise nationwide. He appeared on CNN's State of the Union.
A measles vaccine is effective. It stops measles in about 97% of the cases. So people should get vaccinated.
A Johns Hopkins tracker shows nearly 2,300 confirmed U.S. cases, surpassing last year's total. Oil price check. West Texas Intermediate, the domestic U.S. crude benchmark, is at $81 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign market benchmark, is at $84 a barrel. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
This fire is challenging to fight because it's really windy today as well as hot and dry, and so the fire was spotting in front of itself, which makes it harder to contain.
A fast-moving wildfire is exploding in California's wine country.
CAL FIRE says the Feliz fire broke out in Mendocino County north of San Francisco Saturday afternoon and blew up from 40 acres to over 500 in less than 3 hours. Officials say the wildfire is racing through dry vegetation at a dangerous rate, and at last check had grown to over 840 acres and was still only 5% contained. An evacuation order has been issued in the town of Hopland, and a portion of U.S. Highway 101 has been closed due to the wildfire. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Power outages at SeaWorld San Diego caused disruptions for guests.
The power went out for a second straight day Saturday at the popular marine and amusement park.
I just feel so bad. It's so disappointing.
Jenny Harris drove from Northern California to bring her granddaughter to SeaWorld, but found rides and attractions closed for a second straight day thanks to the power interruptions. A concert by Jordan Sparks was also canceled. Some guests said even bathrooms were unavailable.
It's very disappointing. I think it was more disappointing for me than for her.
Park officials said power was restored late Saturday. SeaWorld hasn't said what caused the outages. Harris ended up taking her granddaughter to the beach instead. I'm Rich Cassone.
A discarded SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket stage is expected to crash into the moon early Wednesday after traveling around 5,400 miles per hour. Astronomers say the 5-ton spacecraft will vaporize on impact, creating a flash and a new lunar crater. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back here on a Monday. Yeah, working our way into third day of August from time zone to time zone. Trust you had a good weekend. My, they just go by so quickly. All right, coming up, we'll check in. I get an update. Brain dead. Vacation finally over. Philip will check in from Florida. I don't know. Eagle, do you have anything else before we wrap thing up there?
Yeah, I still got a couple of things. Like I said, Steve, like I told you last week, like I said, when I say stuff about Trump bad, I also got some good things to say. But before I get to that, I want to talk about this girl. For anybody out there who say that the United States is wrong for killing innocent women and kids, I want them to think about and take a look at that 19-year-old girl from Texas, Isabel Gonzalez, that they just put in the ground today. A 19-year-old girl that lost her life over there fighting for a war she had nothing to do with, and now she's under the ground. Never had a chance to have a baby. Never had a chance to get married. Never had a chance to do anything. Just barely graduated from high school, and now she's dead. So think about that. The people on The View and all these other people, when they say that the United States is hurting innocent women and kids, think about that 19-year-old girl that's now no longer with us. Now, like I told you before, Steve, before I get to the good part about Donald Trump, let me ask you, and it doesn't say, and I've told you this so many times, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, Steve. When I tell you that he shouldn't announce what he's going to do before he's doing, what a surprise. All of a sudden, Iran is ready to make a deal when they hear that he's about to hit them as hard as World War II. And guess what's going to happen, Steve? All they're trying to do is buy time. I guarantee you, this time tomorrow night when I call you, they'll be saying that the deal is off the table. There's no deal to be done. That Iran, they already said it on TV that Iran said there ain't no damn deal, and they're gonna be saying all Iran is doing is buying time, and that's the oldest trick in the book. When you hear about somebody getting ready to attack you, all of a sudden you're ready to come to the table, and then as soon as they call off the attack, you go back to your old ways again. You would think Donald Trump would be smart enough to figure that out. Now, let me say this, Steve. When it comes to saying something good about Donald Trump, because there's very little good to say at this point. Now, when he was on Friday after you went off, he was talking about the invasion that occurred over there in Spain from these people from Morocco.
Yeah.
And we've already had that in the United States. People talking about, well, that's coming to the United States. Well, we've already had an invasion. That happened while Joe Biden was in the White House. And that happened down in Texas, where I live at, in Eagle Pass, Texas, by the way. And when the Haitian people invaded the United States and literally took over a bridge in Eagle Pass, Texas, and Joe Biden said that he got the people back back to Mexico, which was nothing but a lie. They ended up in Ohio, where you was at. Took over the whole town of Springfield, Ohio. That's where those Haitians went. They didn't go back to Haiti, and they damn sure didn't go back to Mexico. So what's going to happen is, like I said, if a Democrat gets back in the White House, what you seen on television on Friday and Saturday when they were showing it, we've already had it, but it's going to be worse this time. How many times did we talk, Steve, when Biden was about caravans, 10, 20, 30, 40,000, 50,000 people, caravans walking literally from Mexico, across the country of Mexico into the United States? You ain't seen nothing yet. Let a Democrat get in the White House, because, see, there won't be no wall, there won't be no barrier to stop these individuals from coming in. You want to talk about a caravan, it'll be millions this time when you hear about a caravan making their way to the United States. And guess what? Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, or any other Democrat that they install in the White House ain't going to do a damn thing to install it. And just like I told you so many times, Steve, and I hate to say this, the United States will become a third world country, just like all them other countries that those people are leaving. And it all could have been avoided if they would have done the right thing. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. Thank you much, Eagle. Appreciate you being with us here Monday. So, yeah, I'll get Brain Dead's take on this as well, because he was highlighting TFI International. The majority of TFI's LTL operations encompasses the unionized T-Force freight fleet here in the U.S. The unit also includes a Canadian LTL segment. Montreal-based TFI ranks number 6 on the Transport Topics Top 100 list of largest for hire carriers in North America. Their LTL unit ranks 8th. Where would we want to be? We want to be in Texas, that's for sure. We want to be in California, that's for sure. We want to be in Ohio, Michigan. One will be in New York. One will be in the Carolinas. This is the beauty when you build from scratch, according to the top executive. Shipments by TFI's LTL unit rose 7.5% to 1.97 million in the second quarter of this year, from 1.83 million in the second quarter of 25. We have a very small non-union LTL business today in the U.S., very small. 1,000 shipments a day, 1,300 shipments a day, which is peanuts, he says. We're working to build that up over the next few years and do the same thing as we do in Canada. In Canada, we run union or we run non-union. We run both. LTL contributed 38% of TFI's revenue before fuel surcharge. The division's average weight per shipment fell 1.5%. Revenue per shipment, excluding fuel, fell 2.1%. Executives expressed disappointment in the weakness in pricing for the division, noting that T-Force Freight saw a jump in business from the third-party logistics segment as a result of offering rates that didn't reflect the market fully and at the expense of service. Third-party logistics shippers represent more than a third of the unit's business. The issue we have with pricing is in wins in one sector, per se, right? SMB, no. Corporate, no. The biggest culprit, where we probably made a mistake, is third-party logistics, where we got inundated with volume. Because probably we were the cheapest guy in the country. This is what now our commercial team's working to fix. Maybe we were not aware of where the market was going. Now we have to react to that. That said, the unit's overall performance improved compared to the same period in 25 and the first quarter of 26. Over the past couple of years, TFI carried out a buying spree in the truckload sector, adding both major players such as Dask and a plethora of tuck-in acquisitions. Now, they've only made one deal so far this year, but here, what do you say? Brain Dead first, welcome back. How was vacation?
Not long enough, Steve.
I hear you.
I thought I had won the Mega Millions, and I had to call Captain Ron over the weekend to see if I could borrow some money from him, and he said, well, he had no money. He had to pull out his, well, never mind. I'm not going to go that far. You got to get your mind out of the gutter a little bit. But, hey, speaking of that real quick, did I hear Pappy say right that he has that he's hard of hearing? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Well, you know what that's from, don't you?
What is it?
It's from the cashier going, sorry, sir, we have glazed only today. That's how he lost his hearing. So, but no, we're talking about that TFI. I'm really surprised that Teamsters hasn't picked up on this and ran with it. I mean, they haven't been paying attention to what's about to happen. Does Consolidated Freightways ring a bell to anybody?
Right.
That's what they're setting up to do. That's what a lot of the LTL boards that I follow on Facebook have been really touting, have been really pushing that this is about to be another Consolidated Freightways. That's what Consolidated Freightways did. And it's just setting it up. Because there's talk that this year, or not this year, but next year, there's at least going to be 5 companies gobbled up by TFI that are non-union companies. And I can't remember all of the names, but I know one's up in the Pacific Northwest, and I think one's in your neck of the woods, Steve, and I think one's in the Northeast. And I can't remember all the names exactly, but they're going to put together a non-union network and go in there and kick the union out. I mean, maybe I'm going a little conspiracy theory here by hanging out with Pappy too much, but right now anything is possible right now. But I wouldn't put it past them, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at it, where were the Teamsters at when Yellow folded? Where were the Teamsters at when CF folded? I mean, at CF, at Consolidated Freightways, you never knew that was coming. I mean, realistically, from what I've been told, I mean, I wasn't working there at the time. I knew people there, but with Yellow, you kind of sort of saw it coming, and there's some of the people that, like myself, either A, left, or B, was trying to leave, and we couldn't get nowhere. So. But I'm glad that chapter's about to come to an end. So, And speaking of chapters coming to an end, did you hear about the big trade that happened this weekend in baseball, buddy?
I don't know. I guess there were several, but which one?
The one, that Tigers pitcher, I can't think of his last name, Suzuki or something like that. He got traded to the Dodgers. And the Dodgers now have to defer $1.1 billion in contract payments from 2035 to like 2050. $1 billion.
Wow.
Crazy, isn't it? And I see where the stand is about the salary cap. I really, really do. But at some point, hey, you know what? Time to put a pause there. But hey, speaking of pauses, you want to pause and come back for a minute?
Yeah, yes, indeed. And I thought you might have been referencing, I think, the Cincinnati lost one of their, Tyler Stevenson, they were saying, the prime candidate to be traded ahead of the deadline. Had a rather emotional post-game. I believe he finished off with a home run there this past day. And he's kind of in tears. Because the final year of his contract, going to hit the free agency at the end of this year. And since the Reds are out of postseason contention, highly motivated to trade him rather than letting him walk for nothing when all is said and done. But and that's the trade deadline. There it is. And following the 10-2 victory this past day, and he kind of acknowledged the high probability of a move, stating, the business side, this being my last year being a free agent, definitely a looming day, and that day is here. So we'll see. It's 844-844-3388. He noted that he's ready for the speculation to be over and planned to spend today, Monday, touring some of his favorite spots here in town with his wife, just in case he's played his last game for the Cincinnati Reds.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Protection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, back at it here. Welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thank you much. You got to pay the Pappy's donut bill at the donut house, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, let's get a little bit of NASCAR here. So Legacy Motor Club, you know, they're having their third charter coming up this upcoming season, and they announced who their ownership group is. Now I'm not going to read you all the names. There's about 12 names here. There are some of these that you look at the name and scratch your head and like, okay, I don't understand why they even remotely are even into this. I mean, what is it like? Okay, we're going to buy you. You know, you're going to buy in like $1,000 and you get like one share. I mean, but some of them like Dario Franchitti, Tony Kanaan, and Scott Dixon make sense because they come from the racing world. But you have Darius Rucker, Sam Byrne, Guy Fieri. I mean, just to name a few, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. But there is some rumor talk going around, and I want you to pay attention to this, Steve. There's a rumor going around that NASCAR is up for sale and is being sold. Steve O'Donnell flat out said, no, this is not true. This is not rumor. Mm-hmm. This is just somebody making up a bunch of, well, you know what that is. And also, too, he did also say that they have formed 7 committees on the future of NASCAR. Now, I kind of like where they're going with this because it's not just one big committee. It's 7 separate committees. It's like, okay, this is about the engines, this is about the design, this is about the schedule, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I really like how they're going. I mean, I really do think that they are getting towards growing the sport again because I feel that Ben Kennedy, who has taken over the CEO role, is now going, wait a minute, we need to get back into the 90s heyday when it was really popular. I mean, did you see the attendance numbers for the Brickyard?
I did not, but I know there were a lot of empty seats, right?
Well, Indianapolis, I think, seats like 250, 300,000. And you remember back before Dale Sr. passed, that place was sold out. And now you're only drawing 70,000. And I think this is where they're coming from. And I really do think that they're on the right path. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And it's what I've always said. It takes a little bit of time for when you have new leadership coming in to fix the issue. Now, one of the other issues, too, they had was a number of caution laps. I say get rid of those stage breaks. I see why they put them in there for the TV people to reset to go forward. I really do. But it's time to get away with them because they ran, 30 minutes for one lap for the caution, for the stage breaks. If caution laps count, those should count towards the stage break. You should run that stage under yellow, and then that was it. And real quickly, Chandler Smith will not be returning to front row's truck team. And this is what confused me when I heard this. He's third in the standings. He's got 2 wins this year. Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? You're this successful in the truck series. Why leave? There are rumors, though, he's going to take over the 21 car in the O'Reilly series at RCR next year. So, well, I'll save all this for another time, Steve. You're about to come up on the half-hour break. So, how was your weekend there, buddy?
Pretty short and sweet. Didn't do much over the weekend at all. Princess she came down with something Friday. I don't know what it was, but she was kind of under the weather, so we just stuck around the house, ate in, didn't go out, nothing.
So, in other words, she had you go to Roosters and get dinner and bring it home, right?
So, no, we didn't do Roosters, believe it or not. I think we did Longhorn. We got Longhorn, brought it in. There you go. Yeah.
Well, we'll holler at you later on, Steve. Have a good morning.
Thank you much there, Brain Dead. Appreciate you checking in. Okay, Philip will be checking in as we get the new week underway. And maybe I'll ask him a bit about the headline, which reads, "The space junk threat grows." As we continue this surge in launches, this rapid expansion of government and commercial space launches, dramatically increasing the amount of debris, rockets, satellites, other celestial objects falling back to Earth, raising concerns among scientists and regulators that the existing safeguards are no longer keeping pace. U.S. Space Force issued alerts for nearly 820 objects re-entering Earth's atmosphere last year. It was like 110 10 years ago. We've seen this unprecedented surge in launches, SpaceX, Blue Origin, the growing international competition there in space. More to come following news, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is pausing military strikes against Iran as President Trump pursues a new agreement with Tehran. Trump says a proposed deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and eliminate Iran's nuclear threat.
I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country? A disaster.
Meanwhile, the State Department is urging Americans in the region to be prepared to leave if conditions worsen. Senator John Kennedy says he's uncertain whether President Trump believes his claim that vandals damaged the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Comments come after Trump criticized the Justice Department's decision to drop charges against the former Olympian accused of causing the damage. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, new day comes our way Monday. Morning, Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, no problem, buddy. You talking about space junk? Is that what you were mentioning there before we went to break?
Yeah, we got apparently there's tons of it, and I guess it's getting kind of concerning.
It is getting concerning. I mean, when you have as many launches as we've had over the years, you don't want something the size of a school bus coming back in at you, you know? I mean, but it's everywhere, Steve. It's everywhere up there. And, you know, when you look at these SpaceX rockets taking off on just a regular mission, you know, carrying 29 satellites, you know, you do that 3 or 4 times a week, you're putting a lot of stuff up there.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's a product of the environment. The thing that always surprised me about it now is where are we going to find a hole to shoot the rocket out of? Because you think about it, you put so much of this stuff up there, you got to have a space to where you can launch and get your rocket up to where it needs to be to put another satellite up, if you know what I mean, Steve. And you don't want to take out something else.
And I'm just blown away that these various space agencies, with all that's already up there, that we haven't had an incident yet where there's like an impact. Well, you're trying to put more up there.
Yeah, I know. And you know something, Steve, that makes me think a lot about it is you think about they want to put these data centers in a satellite and put them up there. And I'm all cool with, we need to conserve power and all that kind of stuff. But, you think about it, one of the things that we rely on the most is data now. From emails to text, telephone, all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of stuff that we depend on data for. 100% of your computer, and they want to put it up there, and that's like one of the most vulnerable places for something to get destroyed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, you could get hacked up there really easy, because if you get another state satellite that knows how to shoot a laser to shoot to them and knows how to transmit that information, they could hack into your satellite and take it over. So I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand why they want to go that route. And I know Elon is emphasizing a lot on doing back now from going to Mars to now we're focusing on data centers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we're focusing in on cell phones and making them satellite phones instead of, using cellular towers like we've been using. Our focus has changed a lot on technology. Now, getting away from that to something I just heard you talking about with brain dead. You got to remember, Steve, I was an old LTL driver for a long time. Almost 15 years of my trucking career was LTL. And I've seen a lot of companies playing a lot of stupid things and doing a lot of stupid things to get away from a union. Now, he mentioned CF. Old cornflakes, we used to call them. They did a lot of crazy things. Matter of fact, brain dead, I was there when they shut that thing down. And guess what? They shut it down on Labor Day. So we had drivers that were stuck out in the middle of nowhere that didn't have no way to get back home. Now, let me tell you this. I was a Teamster at one time. But you know what? The Teamsters didn't help those boys get back home. It took other drivers working with other companies to get them boys back home and them girls. So, the union is great. Don't get me wrong. I'm in a union right now. I gladly pay my dues every week. But here's the thing. When it comes down to moving and making logistics work to where something like that happens, they kind of hung those folks out to dry. And I'm going to tell you, Steve, have you ever heard of a company called Central Transport?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's one of the biggest LTL companies in the United States right now. It's up there with Averitt. It's up there with Old Dominion and a bunch of them. Okay? Do a little background check, folks, on Central Transport and how they got rid of the union they had originally back in the 90s. Okay? I'm not going to go into the whole explanation of it, but I'm just going to explain it a little bit. What they did was they claimed bankruptcy because they felt that their company was losing money. You know why their company was losing money? Because they felt they were losing money because of the union, because they were contributing to people's health and welfare. They said that was the reason their profit margin wasn't up. So what they do, they bankrupt the company, and this is a short version of this story. If you want to get the long version, check out the internet. I was there when it happened, but the short version is they bankrupt the company, they shut it down, they reestablished the company and brought it back up and turned it into a non-union company, which it is today. Now, is that amazing, Steve, or what?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. Now, there's been company after company with LTL Freight for years that have done all kinds of crazy stuff. And excuse my voice, I've been a little bit under the weather the last few days. But it's amazing that a lot of these companies are fighting for pennies on a dollar, and they've been doing it for years in LTL. And it befuddled me seeing that you take a space. If you go out in your yard, Steve, and you measure out a 4x4 space, and that's one spot on a trailer, and that space is 4x4 in width and length. In height, it's about 8 to 10 foot, and that's what LTL companies fight over. And they've been doing it for years.
Mm-hmm.
And they've turned it into such a mess. I mean, look at FedEx. Look what FedEx, when they brought AF and they bought Watkins Freight Line, what they did with those companies. Look what happened with Conway. I mean, the only companies that are really thriving in LTL right now, Steve, and I'm saying thriving, are companies like Old Dominion. That is a well-balanced machine that is working good. Now, sure, they have their claims. They do everything else. But you look at all of them. I mean, look at AAA Cooper, which is part of Knight Transport's deal now. You know, you see all these mergers. You see all this stuff happening over the years. The same thing with this T-Force thing. Steve, did you remember Overnight?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Overnight, basically that's T-Force now. Because UPS bought Overnight and turned it in, and then things changed around with them, and now you got T-Force. This TFI thing, it's no more different than the XPO thing that's happened over the years. We've heard that one. Okay? LTL is just a revolving door. It always has been. It always will be, because everybody is so cutthroat in that industry. I mean, you think the load boards are bad for regular owner-operators with volume? You should see how it is with LTL over one pallet, one 4x4 pallet. And they don't care if it weighs 100 pounds or if it weighs 2,000 pounds. They're constantly fighting over pennies and discounts. When I was back in the 90s, man, the discount system was just crazy, especially after deregulation and all that. It was nuts. It was crazy. I mean, there was companies fighting over moving freight from Miami to Pensacola for $45 a pallet. I mean, come on. So what's your opinion, buddy?
Right. Well, it's been, we talked for years. I mean, bidding down. The industry seems like they've been they've cut their own throat for years, right? And that's what I was reading there about this whole TFI thing. They were the cheapest kids on the block. We didn't see what was coming. So they were underbidding freight, right?
That is the same thing that Yellow did. I know my buddy Braindead might get a little beat up about this, and some of the other guys that have been on the show, but Yellow did that for many years. And that's how they acquired Roadway. You know, you look at the plight of these Teamster companies, back companies, and you look at you literally sit down and you do the math on what's happened with those companies over the years. I hate to say this, guys, and I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but they failed. You know, the non-union companies have still thrived. I mean, look at Old Dominion. Old Dominion came from, where did they come from? You know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, how are they thriving in Averett? I mean, I'm not partial to that company no more because I used to work for them. I didn't leave on good terms, but it is what it is. That's my deal with them. But you look at Averett. Look how much money they've made over the last 20 years and what they've grown into. And they have a truckload division and an LTL division now. They've had it for years. Plus, they do the basically customer trucks, where they have dedicated trucks going for dedicated customers, the regional work, what they call it. I mean, it is a big deal. The union companies, Carolina Freight, where did it go, Steve? I worked for Preston at one time. Where did that go? And by the way, that was part of the Yellow merged a little bit of thing here and there to get some of the money going, too, with Preston. I mean, Campbell Soup back in the day. Now, I'm talking really a long time ago in four-way. I mean, I could go on and on with these names, and people are like, how does Philip know this? Well, I know this because I worked in this crap. I mean, I'm serious. When I was in Chicago, I worked for a company that's basically coming back now. It was bought out by Ward Trucking or Ward Transport, and then it merged off, and now they're coming back. It was called Quality Cartage. And we cartage for a lot of these LTL companies that did not want to set a terminal up in Chicago and didn't want to spend the big money on a terminal and drivers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these companies have cut different ways over the years to try to make money in LTL. And it's really been cutthroat. It really has. But that's all I got today, buddy. And guys, please, if you're in LTL freight, please watch your back. Really. I don't care if you're union or non. So y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me, bro.
All righty. There you go. Philip, thanks for checking in. Yeah, you started there with the space junk and the unprecedented surge in launches. Yeah, most debris burns up harmlessly in the atmosphere or splashes into the ocean, but experts warn larger pieces increasingly are surviving atmospheric reentry and in some cases landing in populated areas. Recent incidents include discarded International Space Station hardware crashing into a Florida home, SpaceX rocket fragments landing in Poland and Canada, debris washing ashore in Australia and the Philippines, and a massive rocket component crashing into farmland in Kenya after failing to burn up as expected. These re-entries happen each and every day. Did you realize that? According to the Polish Space Agency, objects weighing more than a metric ton now return to Earth about once a week. While the odds of being struck are extremely low, experts say the risks are increasing as tens of thousands of additional satellites are planned for orbit. An FAA-backed study projected that by the year 2035, debris from SpaceX satellites alone could injure or kill someone about once every 2 years if the current trends continue. Scientists responding with new technology designed to track dangerous debris before it becomes a threat. Adding to the extreme tech, the European Space Agency recently demonstrated a breakthrough system capable of tracking small pieces of debris in distant geostationary orbit with near real-time precision. The system combines radar transmissions from MIT's Lincoln Laboratory with observations from Britain's Lovell telescope, allowing operators to identify potential collision risks involving critical satellites. They say expanding the network could provide three-dimensional tracking and improve efforts to protect GPS satellites and other essential space infrastructure. Meanwhile, another piece of space hardware is drawing attention. WFLA reported that the 5-ton upper stage of the Falcon 9 will be colliding with the moon, as we've been hearing in the news updates, this Wednesday, August 5. Scientists believe this will create a new crater and may provide some valuable data on lunar geology and the effects of high-speed impacts that could benefit NASA's planned return to the moon later this decade. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your
or shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here, and talking about this whole T-Force deal. Welcome back, Rump.
Yeah, I don't like calling in multiple times, but this is an important topic here. You know, if you go back and you look at the top 25 companies in the country right now under that falls under trucking in general, under the transportation industry, 15 of them are LTL companies. They do that, they're up there in the top earned revenues for a reason, because they make money. That's the only damn reason this T-Force outfit wants to expand down here in the United States. And one of the things that irritates the hell out of me is the fact that they come down here, they want to expand and saying that we're going to open up a non-union facility down there. We as a company, they have to hire, #1, American drivers. They cannot import Canadian drivers down here to operate in the United States if they build, put a terminal up here in the United States. They cannot do that. All right. That's a touchy subject, #1. It just pisses me off. Now, I don't care if somebody unionizes or not. It don't make a damn to me. That's up to whoever's working at that company. If they want to go union, go union. If you don't. But the fact that you got somebody a foreign entity that's saying they're going to open up another business here in the United States or expand what they have, and then tell that it's going to be a non-union company, how the hell do they know that? If they have to hire, #1, American drivers, and the American drivers have the right to unionize if they damn well want to. #1, it falls under the First Amendment, and that's the Supreme Court's already affirmed that it is part of free speech. It also hits under the 14th Amendment under the right of due process. If they want to expand into a union, they got that right. They cannot stop them. They even went a little bit further, Steve. They went under Article 23, which is globally, and that's something under international law that unionizing is something that's accepted everywhere, and not just in the United States, but in Canada and Germany, all over the place. But the fact of it is here they call up, they do this stuff and say, no, we're going to expand down here in the United States as a non-union company. How in the hell are they going to stop it if people wants to unionize? It's no different than any company here in the United States. If they want to unionize and they have representation, they can write a freaking contract. They don't need to ask that company, and that company cannot stop it, #1, because it falls under the Labor Relations Board of 1935. And that's just a fact. It just blows my mind.
Going way back in time, I'm trying. Wasn't it Overnight the one that went kind of through this all those years ago? They fought and fought and fought against because they were trying to unionize. Am I remembering correctly or no?
Yes, that you're exactly right. It was overnight.
Okay.
And they've been other companies that have, tried to block unions too, and wound up just selling the damn company.
Mm-hmm.
And what Philip was talking about on Central Transport. Drivers today over there, if they wanted to, they could unionize in just a damn second. I mean, they could get bring in representation. I don't know how many drivers would vote on it, but for a company, that is cowardly as hell for a company to say, we're paying too much on benefits. We're going to blah, blah, blah. It's hitting our bottom line. Well, okay. When you look at the amount of revenues, number one, that they're bringing in, how's it hitting their bottom line? I mean, they're still making a buttload of damn money.
Mm-hmm.
It just blows my mind, stuff. And like I said, I'm not union, but I support union drivers. If they want to unionize, that's their business. That's their right here in the United States to do that. And if that's an up or down vote between the employees or the members of that company there. But it just burns my butt, man, when they start that crap and saying that, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and they've just been so many damn companies that have been bottom feeder companies, number one, where I think if guys would have, that are startup companies that are humongous. I mean, they got, 15, 16, 17,000 trailers out here parked all over the damn place. But yet they treat drivers like that, nothing like a damn mill or something like that. Yeah, those companies like that, I'd love to see them unionized. I really would. Maybe it'd get them off the damn face of the earth or something. I don't know. But, the word they would just get out of the way of good drivers, because they bring these drivers in, number one, that has no intentions on making this as a career. But they make it so enticing for them for a year or so. We'll just come on in here, we'll train you, we'll get you in a truck and blah, blah, blah. And the next thing you know, they're trying to lease them a damn truck, which, as far as I'm concerned, OOIDA dropped the ball on that. They were supposed to go in there and fight for this and to get a stop on this. But, from what I'm reading on it, they didn't do a hell of a lot to help it. But it's, we've had so much different things, Steve, that's destroyed in this industry, that's just raping the damn industry, number one. And a lot of it is the fact that they have drivers has no representation. None.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wait, hold the thought. Hey, so we pause. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast coming up. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is facing criticism from Senator Mark Kelly over the Iran conflict. The Arizona Democrat appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Here's a guy who got us into this without a strategic goal, without a plan, without a timeline. He's got a Secretary of Defense that doesn't know how to manage this war.
Kelly said the administration is flailing and needs a way out. Trump says he's paused attacks after requests from Iran and other nations to pursue a deal, reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending Iran's nuclear threat. Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General could be pulled by the president due to GOP opposition.
In a Truth Social post Thursday, Trump said he has no objection to temporarily withdrawing the nomination if Senators John Cornyn and Thom Tillis don't do the right thing. Cornyn and Tillis both expressed reservations about confirming Blanche over Trump's proposed anti-weaponization fund. John Summers, USA Radio News.
AI security tests reveal new hacking concerns.
Artificial intelligence is raising new cybersecurity questions after Anthropic says its Claude AI models breached 3 organizations during security testing. The company says the systems accessed the internet during evaluations and exploited basic weaknesses, including weak passwords. Anthropic says safeguards have been reviewed and testing has been suspended as experts examine how to better secure advanced AI technology. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
An extreme heat dome is pushing temperatures up 20 degrees above normal across much of the West and Plains. Forecasters warn of more record highs and increased wildfire risks, with Palm Springs, California reaching 117 degrees yesterday. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.09. California is home to the highest average prices, while Texas has the lowest. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Senator Bernie Moreno says Ohio Congressman Max Miller should not serve in the House of Representatives.
This comes following allegations of abuse made by Moreno's daughter against Miller. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats during their marriage. In a post on X, Moreno said Miller needs serious psychological help and is a danger to his daughter. Miller has denied allegations and has stated that he's staying in the race. I'm Lisa Carton.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani is extending the deadline for homeowners in order to appeal the controversial pied-à-terre tax.
People that own a second home worth more than $5 million and don't list New York as their primary residence will be hit with a new tax unless they file for an exemption. The deadline to file for that exemption is being pushed from August 21st to September 18th. City officials have already started sending out letters alerting property owners that they could be subject to this new tax if they are unable to prove they live in the city full time. Money raised from the levy is expected to bring in $500 million to go towards the city budget. In New York, I'm Lizzie Radabali.
A group of Houston area moms is suing to block the Texas law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in public school classrooms. The lawsuit argues the mandate violates a state constitutional parental rights amendment approved by voters last November. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Last weekend, there were a lot of polls in the NTPA, including a Super National and Grand National hook. Coming to you from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. 5 classes made their way to Chapel Hill, Tennessee for the Lions Super Bowl of the South. Friday in the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesels, Brandon Hunt took the win over Colin Ross and Travis Schlabach. On Saturday, Colin Ross improved to the top spot over Steve Blagrave and Kent Payne. The AP1 Insurance and Premier Crop Modified Minis went the way of Troy Arnett on Friday, with Adam Bauer and Mason Theobald rounding out the top 3. Saturday, Adam Bauer took his Iron Toy up to the top spot over Grant Theobald and Chase Richardson. Moving on to the Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock Tractors, Chance McGrath picked up the win on Friday with a hook of exactly 320, which was 5 feet better than Brandon Schrammick and Grayson Shelton. Saturday, the top spot went to Dennis Schrammick aboard the second-place tractor from Friday, followed by Kevin Schmucker and Jackson Mays. Moving on to the Unlimited Modifieds, the win on Friday went to reigning national champ Joe Ader, followed by Saturday's winner David Richardson and Adam Bauer rounding out the top 3. As mentioned on Saturday, David Richardson did pick up the win over Joe Ader and Wayne Purser. Rounding out Chapel Hill was the A to Z blow molding 4-wheel drives, which had Anna Mangren picking up the win after tugging the sled 345, which topped the 341.93 of Jim Holman and the 341.91 of Rob Foster. Moving on to the Grand National Hook in Brandenburg, Kentucky, there were 4 classes that hit the dirt. Friday to open the show were the High Torque Super Farms, which had Stan Warda picking up the win over Russell Freeze and John Silsby. Moving on to the Prairie Ag Solutions Light Superstocks, they were the only other class to finish their hooks in Brandenburg before Mother Nature decided to change everyone's plan. Jacob Fekwa took the win over Brian Bowles and Cody Cheezick. The rest in Brandenburg was rained out. There were also a number of regional hooks last week, including a Region 3 hook in Houston, Minnesota that had 8 classes in the dirt. Also a Region 2 hook happened in Springfield, Ohio with 5 classes, and another Region 2 hook that had 4 classes hitting the dirt in Iona, Michigan. This weekend, all eyes are on Fort Recovery, Ohio with 8 Grand National classes hitting the track. During session 1 of 3 Friday evening, the Superstock Diesels, Modified Minis, 2-wheel drive trucks, Superstock Diesel trucks, Super Farms, semis, and Unlimited Modifieds all hit the track. During the early session on Saturday, the semis return along with the light modifieds and super farms, along with light pro stocks from Region 2. The evening session on Saturday has the Region 2 pro stockers opening for the Superstock Diesels, Modified Minis, 2-wheel drive trucks, Superstock Diesels, light mods, and unlimited mods. All 3 sessions are live on Full Pole. If you want to see polling in person close to home, there's a Region 2 hook in Lebanon, Indiana, a Region 2 hook also in Imlay City, Michigan, and there are also hooks in Arlington, Minnesota, Middlebourne, West Virginia, Marysville, Ohio, Antigua, Wisconsin, Morley, Michigan, Montevideo, Minnesota, and Talmadge, Ohio. We're definitely in the heart of polling season, so there is a poll near you. Find the entire schedule for all regions at ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
What do you say as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast? Welcome, Monday. Yeah, but August, it's officially here. 3rd day of August coming our way. Yeah, I thought we had our gremlins fixed. Made it all the way to 3 a.m. But we're back. All right, welcome back, Grump.
You know, I was talking about the companies, unionizing. It really just burns me up that you have these foreign entities that wants to come into the United States because it is a profitable place to open a business, and then try to dictate rules, that they want to go by in order to come here. You're not going to unionize, but you know, in the same sense, Steve, could you imagine what it would happen to this industry, especially the produce industry, if you had all the Indian, the Sikh that's on the West Coast, if they were to, you know, fall under one category and unionize? I mean, it would drive prices through the damn roof. So I can see both sides of it. But the fact of the matter is so many of these damn companies treat drivers like crap. I mean, just absolutely like, you know, they're just a second-class citizen because they know that that this is a temporary spot until they find their, you know, whatever path they want to take in life. You know, it's just, hey, this is a temporary job here. It's unskilled labor. All you got to do is learn how to sit here and look out the damn window all day, you know, and hold on to a steering wheel. I mean, that's their view on things. And I went to work for a tanker company one time, and they had some pretty good routes and stuff. So I thought, to hell with it. I'll park my truck and drive a company truck. And the guy said, you know, during orientation, one of the bosses was standing there. He said, well, he looked at me and he was going down the list of, you know, giving out the truck numbers and stuff. He said, from now on, when you call in here, your name doesn't matter. Your number's 2686. And I said, really? And they hand you these little cards and stuff that had your truck number on it and stuff like that. So I flipped it over and I wrote my name on the back of it and I handed it back to him. I said, there. I said, commit that to memory because I will not give you a damn truck number. I said, I will give you my name and you can look it up. And he's like, oh, I see you're going to start trouble already. I said, you damn right I'm going to start trouble already because I hate the fact that you look at me like I'm nothing but a damn number to you. And it's, you know, I mean, the company went out of business, you know, because it just mismanaged to beat the band. But, you know, I made a little money with them, and that was fine. But, you know, it happens every day out here, you know, and the first damn thing that, you know, without representation, some kind of representation, you know, people say, well, call HR. You know, who the hell does HR work for? You know, I mean, to think about it. You know, you honestly think they're going to look out for the best interests of the driver? No, their HR is there for no other reason than to protect the ass of the company. That's it. So I don't know, man. I got mixed emotions about it, but the one thing that bothers me, I think, the most is the simple fact that somebody says, nope, you're not going to unionize. And I can give you an example, like, you know, a store that my son worked at, you know. He you know, was a meat cutter, and he still is. But when they got to talking about unionizing and becoming union meat cutters and stuff like that, the company got wind of it and fired every damn one of them. Fired them, you know, and then they hired them back, you know, under the, you know, probably the, you know, the fact that they won't unionize under a different, you know, they took away the meat cutter title and all that stuff. But, you know, I mean, it's just, I think it's just pretty damn crappy, number one, that a company looks at it like that and says, you know, we don't want to pay the kind of money that you guys want or you know, that kind of thing. But then you look at some of these guys and say, you know, well, you know, we'll pay you what you're worth, you know, and hell, half these idiots out here today, they wouldn't work for that. They'd starve to death, you know, because there's so damn many of them that ain't worth a plug nickel. You know, I mean, it's just, that's what happened when they just opened this industry up for any Tom, Dick, and damn Harry, you know, to step in here. I mean, I don't know, man. I tell you, it's a fight that they're going to have to, you know, buckle down and just, you know, if you want a good wage and stuff like that. I mean, I'm with a good company. I mean, they big, massive company, and I'm leased to them. You know, and I'm on a dedicated run. I do every day, and I make a damn good living. I mean, you know, probably more money than I'm worth, but still, you know, it's the fact that I didn't go in there and argue about these rates and stuff like that. If I didn't want to do this job right here, if I didn't want to do this run that I'm on, this dedicated run, I wouldn't do it. But it is very profitable. So they kind of look out like that, and it's, you know, we're not unionized or anything like that, but, you know, like I said, you know, out of the top 25 companies, 18 of them are not union companies, but they're kind of a mixture of union and non-union, but they're still LTL companies. So, you know, there is a lot of money involved in you know, being LTL, but, you know, this company that's coming down here, you know, out of Canada, you know, and stuff, T-Force, I see them on the roads already. But it, you know, like I said, it just burns my ass that some foreign entity wants to open up shop here, you know, expand their trucking capabilities here in the United States, and then tell exactly what they want to, what kind of rates and stuff, and whether or not you can unionize or something like that. What the hell are they going to do if people decide to? They're going to fold up their tent and go back to Canada or what? They didn't specify on anything, so it's just and they want to open up in a state that is a right to work state. Number one, that I think that's probably what's going to happen. It's going to be a right to work state, but we'll see what happens. And I think they said it's going to be over the next couple of years, and that's what they kind of alluded to.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Well, I would imagine that there's going to be a few more battles, and it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if they didn't get a bunch of lawsuits from Old Dominion and other companies, trying to block them from coming in here as a foreign entity and taking over, taking that kind of freight. I mean, they got, they said 1,000 loads a day, or what? Is that what they said?
1,000 loads to 13 a day, which they said that's peanuts.
Yeah, well, it probably is. And you got to look too. When you look at the profit margins on these LTL companies, it's no different than any others. But a lot of these are getting package companies and stuff like that. They're getting a damn fuel surcharge on every package. So that's one of the reasons why they make massive amounts of money is off the fuel surcharges. And who in the hell wouldn't want some of that? I mean, really, it's that's one of the reasons why so many of these drivers, that was leased to FedEx and places like that, when they were arguing about getting where all the fuel surcharge actually goes to whoever's paying the fuel. These contractors were saying, "No, wait a minute here. We may lose our job," because they knew damn well that if that was going to be the case there, that FedEx or somebody like that would have been bumping them off. They'd been like, "Nope, your run is now company run. We're going to put a company truck there, and we're going to keep that fuel surcharge." But they do pay a fuel surcharge on per truckload or whatever it is. But so that would have been a massive amount of money. Hell, I'd have worked just for the fuel surcharge if they'd have paid every package. I mean, when you got, 30,000 packages or something like that stuffed in a trailer, hell yeah, just give me the fuel surcharge and you can keep the rate. But that's, that's my thoughts on it. And it just, like I said, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way when they're talking about, opening up as a non-union company, like the employees wouldn't have a choice in that matter. And they sure as hell do. But anyway, I appreciate you taking me back.
Like you said, it is kind of an important issue, pretty significant, though. And in that 1,000 to 1,300 loads a day, when they said that's peanuts, next thing was we're looking to ramp that up in the coming years. And that's all going to be non-union, right?
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
HotShotSecret.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, where we leave off there, back at it on a Monday. Hello, Michael. Good to have you with us. Checking in this early Monday. Morning, Vic. What's happening?
Well, a whole lot of everything. I'm going to give you some information that might be dated, but a reason that a lot of those trucking companies were filing bankruptcy until the Bankruptcy Reform Act of 2005. And I don't know what has happened since then. And then you have that U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement. I don't know where that stands now. But at one time, when a company filed bankruptcy, it not only covered their debts, it covered contracts. And, of course, that's how they got rid of a lot of the labor unions, was through that bankruptcy. And that happened a lot back during the Reagan administration. So, like I said, that's a little bit dated. Now, whether that survived the Bankruptcy Act of 2005 or not, I've really hadn't looked that up or paid much attention to it. But that's whenever that Chapter 13 bankruptcy came into being was in 2005. That was primarily meant for agriculture, but other people use it. And basically, what happens is if somebody files a Chapter 13, the creditors have the right to look to see how much resources the debtor has, and if they can work out a plan to where that they can eventually pay off the debt, then they have to go with that. And I was somewhere into there, I think they said you couldn't bankrupt out of credit card debt. And because a lot of people were buying houses out in California and running up a big debt on the credit card, and then they would file bankruptcy, but they were able to keep their houses and stuff. So there's a lot of things in there. But whenever you were talking about that Canadian company wanting to come down here and do different things, I don't know, like I said, that U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement, I don't know where that stands. One day Trump's threatening to do different things, and they say, well, you can't charge that tariff because that's one of the things that was under that USMCA agreement, that there would be no tariffs. But and then when Philip was talking about that deal up there in Chicago, that's what started the unraveling of the Central States pension, Teamsters pension, because they had an accountant by the name of Al Dorfman, and he got the bright idea that you had to work so much in different locals, and if you didn't get in an amount of time in that one local, you wouldn't get any credit for the time that you worked for the Teamsters pension fund. And when the government started taking a long, hard look at that, I believe, I'm pretty sure if my memory's right, it's not what it used to be. I think they found Al Dorfman with a .22 pistol bullet in the back of the neck, and that used to be the assassin's, the organized crime signature. So, but I do know that Jimmy Hoffa was highly upset that they did that, and then, of course, with all of Jimmy Hoffa's troubles and everything else, and when they finally did send him to prison, I think it was up in, I think he went to federal prison in Pennsylvania, and they had to move him because they moved some other Teamsters pension officials into that prison. And Jimmy said, he says one of them, I can't think of his name offhand, but anyway, they almost got into fisticuffs because Jimmy said, yeah, you're the SOB that's got me in here. So because the way Jimmy Hoffa did, he made sure that he made a lot of money off of Teamsters business. And basically, he got a finder's fee for the mob to build more casinos out in Las Vegas. And, of course, that money came from the Teamsters pension fund. But, the casinos always paid off and it made money. He also did the junk bond thing. But then whatever, I think it was Equitable Life Insurance, they came in and said they were going to dispose of all these agreements that Jimmy Hoffa had, and they were going to do the traditional investing. And that's when they went to the stock market. And we all know the rest of the story. Mm-hmm. That goes with the Central States Pension Fund. But the main thing that I want to mention is I don't know if that provision to where that when they file bankruptcy, like under Chapter 11, like all these trucking companies did, that they also had the right to cancel contracts at the same time without any penalties. And basically, that's about it, other than the fact that I did hear you mention about Pete Hegseth. I guess he has all the generals pretty well ticked off at him. And some reason he had Secretary Hegseth, he has a problems with Judge Advocate Generals, the chief, I guess you'd say, prosecutor. And he's kind of doing weird things, and some of the top-line generals aren't too fond of him, and some have been let go. So, and as far as what's going on over there in Iran, you don't know from one day to the next what's going to happen. So
that's for sure. Because we've been on again, off again, on again, off. It's just what does the next 24 hours hold? Yeah, well, maybe we'll have a 60-day agreement that might last for a day, 2, 3. All right, guess your best. All right, there's always a commercial vehicle blitz going on somewhere, right? Troopers in 2 states partnered for a single-day inspection marathon at the Massachusetts-Rhode Island border last Thursday. A large-scale commercial vehicle enforcement operation on Route 146 and the Massachusetts-Rhode Island state line. A team of more than 27 inspectors during a 12-hour operation, 126 commercial vehicle inspections, 212 violations identified, 30 vehicles placed out of service, 20 drivers out of service, 949 commercial vehicles screened or weighed, more than $16,000 in enforcement fines. Enforcement actions including removing multiple vehicles from service for serious brake and mechanical defects, placing drivers out of service for medical certification violations, operating without the proper commercial driver's license, operating outside CDL restrictions and ELD violations, among several others. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388 here on a Monday. News, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is pausing attacks on Iran as President Trump pursues a possible agreement with Tehran. Trump says the deal would include reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending Iran's nuclear threat. The State Department is urging Americans in the region to prepare for possible evacuation. Senate Republicans have blocked a resolution that would have required President Trump to withdraw troops from Iran.
Republican Senators Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Rand Paul joined Democrats in support.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 15. The motion is not agreed to.
Thursday's vote came as lawmakers continue to debate the expanding conflict, with concerns growing over the safety of U.S. service members and rising energy prices. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Oil price check. West Texas Intermediate, the domestic U.S. crude benchmark, is at $81 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign market benchmark's at $84 a barrel. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Washington, Oregon, portions of Idaho, wildfires everywhere you turn. Washington, incredibly, some 600 plus homes and structures burning over the past weekend. The governor declaring a statewide emergency, as well as a burn ban Saturday morning. Miraculously, no injuries or fatalities known at this point. Spokane, home to about 230,000 residents of eastern Washington, dealing with the Old Trails fire, which the state forester said was active on 3,000 acres, threatening some 4,000 structures. There are some major facilities that have been evacuated. Mayor Lisa Brown said, including water reclamation facilities, a waste energy plant, and the Department of Veterans Affairs hospital. All right, hundreds of homes evacuated. Officials expect that figure's going to change. Utilities company Avista, which services eastern Washington, reporting 60,000 without power. Our state is facing a serious situation with multiple fires, according to the governor, noting that the high winds and the high temperatures over the weekend was obviously making the fires more challenging. For the summer so far, about 450,000 acres have burned in Washington state. He says this is not normal. Throughout the state of Washington, we're seeing fires raging this year. They did say 1 of 5 major complex fires in the state. The biggest, the Kaiser Canyon fire in the northeast part of the state, about 134,000 acres. Wildfires this summer have been a problem in other parts of the Pacific Northwest. Nearly 34,000 lightning strikes last month, leading to a series of fires and evacuation orders, as well in the southern part of British Columbia. In addition to the National Guard, firefighters from more than a dozen states are doing their best to help, according to Washington state officials. It's a tragedy we're seeing over there. When the sun sets and the sun rises in the morning, we're going to be in shock to see some of the scenes that are emerging out there. So prayers for all those involved. 650 plus structures now burned, according to the latest I'm seeing. All right, Eagle, back with us here on a Monday. Welcome back.
Okay. I want to go back to what I was talking about earlier, Steve, when it comes to the immigration situation. If the Democrats get back, a word of advice, Steve, to anybody that's associated with ICE or the United States Border Patrol or anybody that works in the immigration Department of the United States, you might want to look for another line of work in 2028 because once the Democrats get back in office, your job will no longer be needed. I can see these people eliminating all that. I'm surprised Biden, he damn near did it himself when he was in the White House. Anybody that's involved in law enforcement or trying to control the border area, your job is in serious jeopardy, my friend. You might want to look for another line of work because when 28 comes, border going to be wide open, Steve. That's right. If the Republicans lose the election, which it looks like they might do, if they keep going the route that they're going, we're going to be right back where we started at. Except this time, like I've been telling you for years, it's going to be worse this time. When the Democrats get back, they're gonna finish the job. See, they didn't finish the job in 24. Because Kamala Harris was supposed to get in, but she didn't get in. And believe me, if Kamala would have got in, what that scene that you seen in Spain, over the weekend, that's exactly what would have been happening in the United States on a daily basis right now in America. But the day is coming. The day is coming, Steve, and we got less than 2 years for the United States to make the right move. And judging by what I'm seeing with these elections around the country, with these people putting these radical Democrats in office, not looking good. We have some very stupid people that live in the United States, very naive people that want something for nothing, like my grandfather said. If somebody tell you that they're going to give you something for nothing, it's usually not true. But some people have to learn the hard way. So when they get this, they'll get what they want. They'll get the individual that they want, these Democrat liars. But they won't like with the result, because once they get them in this time, they're stuck with them, because they're going to make sure, like I told you last week, Steve, Donald Trump, if the Republicans lose, he'll be the last Republican that we ever have in the White House. I'm willing to bet every dollar I got in my pocket if the U.S. lose, because, see, the Democrats are going to make sure that you can clearly see what happened in California just over their last election, because they will rig up the votes, and they will allow anybody that wants to vote, whether you're illegal, you could be a criminal, you could be whoever you want to be, and you could be dead from the grave. That's right, great. That's right, dead people vote too. Mm-hmm. For anybody that's listening out there that think it's not possible, just go to California and ask them if a dead man can't vote, and I guarantee you they'll make sure that happens too. So, like I said before, Donald Trump will be the last Republican president if the Democrats ever get back in power. They're gonna make sure that. I even heard a woman talking the other day on one of them Sunday morning broadcasts. She even came out and said it. A Democrat said that she was gonna eliminate all these different deals that we got for immigration in America. It even talked about closing down some of the jails in America. It's how stupid these people are. So we're in a very dangerous time. That's why Donald Trump needs to take the advice of people like me and other people and end this war as quickly as possible, because the longer it goes on, it's just like a ship that's going downhill where all the rats jump off before it goes under. That's what Trump is doing right now. Every day that goes by, when you drive by a billboard and it says $4 and $5 a gallon and getting higher, you got more rats that's jumping off the ship, that's jumping off the Republican bandwagon onto the Democratic bandwagon. And then when the midterms come around, they'll know the reason why that the Democrats won. Because, like I told you, Steve, these gas prices are way out of control. They don't put a lot of people out of business. People talking about it's a part of the war. Yeah, it might be a part of the war, but it needs to come to a stop, because it's hurting people's pocketbooks, and it is also hurting the Republican Party. If Donald Trump is not taking it serious, he better take it serious. I know he don't have no part in the game, so he probably don't give a damn, because this is his last term in the White House anyway. But what he better be thinking about Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance on their opportunity of getting in the White House. If that's what he better be thinking about, because if he's not, he's making a very bad mistake, Steve. Because I'm telling you, I don't know how many people I talk to on a daily basis that were so-called Donald Trump supporters that are on the other team now. They're very disappointed with the economy. They're disappointed with the gas prices. They're disappointed with this war. And like I told you last week, they already told me if they don't vote for Donald Trump, they just not gonna vote at all, and that only helps the Democrats even more, because the less Republicans that vote, the more you help the Democrats. So like I said before, we're in a dangerous time right now, Steve, and I never wanted to see this happen. I thought that Donald Trump, when he got in the White House in 24, we would never ever see another Democrat in the White House. I thought the American people were smarter than that, but I'm losing less and less faith. I got a bad feeling that come 2028, we're going to end up with somebody worse than Joe Biden, and it'll be, and the American people will regret it for all time. And I'm going to say this one last time. People better, like I say, I talk bad about Donald Trump sometimes, but I also talk good. But people better realize that Donald Trump is the last thing that we got. And if we lose this election in 28, that'll be the last time you see a Republican in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, well said, Eagle. Thank you very much. Artificial intelligence, okay. More and more in the trucking sector, embracing some of this artificial intelligence. We mentioned the headline earlier about Hirschbach Motor Lines. partnering with Augment's artificial intelligence platform that will now handle all outbound driver outreach on the brokerage side across 3 interaction types: driver information requests, pickup arrivals, and delivery arrivals, which together make up roughly 40% of Hirschbach's track and trace volume outside power-only freight. Now, Augie already reaches drivers on more than 85% of the carrier's logistics solutions loads and automates over 300 pickup and delivery check-ins on a weekly basis. The CTO, Ivan Ramirez, said the decision followed roughly 18 months of vendor evaluations that mostly turned up polished demos with little actually built. Hirschbach chose Augment for a team that combined logistics experience with technology depth and a willingness to let the carrier shape the product roadmap. The next use case in the pipeline, an artificial intelligence assistant that fields routine driver questions so that the driver leaders, who each manage 50 to 60 drivers, can spend more time on the retention-focused conversation that keep drivers around. End of the day, Hirschbach's buy versus build call and their bet that artificial intelligence should free driver leaders to retention conversations rather than replace them. That should be a template that other large carriers are likely to test, as driver attrition remains a persistent top-line cost. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Well, we're on artificial intelligence. Yeah, the breaking headline went about a week ago where, for the first time, an AI agent broke out of his restricted areas, his barriers, right? Apparently, it's been happening more than we realize, or I guess you'd have to say than the expert realized. OpenAI say they've discovered other instances where these autonomous agents have escaped containment as they expand their investigation of the hacking incident at the tech firm Hugging Face that drew global attention here a week or two ago. According to an update Friday, the new breakouts were uncovered during the company's publicly announced investigation into how that particular agent escaped what was meant to be a contained testing environment. According to two, the escapes were limited in nature. None of the agents were thought to have left the OpenAI network. Spokesperson referred to a statement issued by the company last week that said they're reviewing broader activity from their models in addition to that Hugging Face intrusion. Yeah, that discovery of additional rogue behavior at OpenAI, even if limited in nature, they say, could feed the growing appetite for regulation from maybe the White House and elsewhere. That expanded investigation was launched shortly before the primary rival, Anthropic, disclosed that its models were also responsible for a series of break-ins that led to breaches at 3 other companies dating back to April of this year, according to the 2 sources and a third familiar with the matter. The discovery of other past breakouts at OpenAI had not been previously reported. AI safety experts say these new disclosures definitely paint a portrait of a group of cutting-edge labs whose ability to develop dangerous autonomous hacking agents outstrips their ability to actually keep them in control. Reuters could not establish exactly how many incidents that OpenAI investigators found or the timings or circumstances under which they occurred. Outside experts are examining log data from earlier this year as they try to understand what took place. OpenAI first launched the investigation following the early July intrusion at Hugging Face, where the OpenAI agent went haywire for days inside another company's network in a botched effort to cheat on an internal test. As part of that hacking spree, OpenAI said that 4 accounts at 4 other companies were also compromised, and one of those companies was New York-based Modal, according to corporate officials there. It is 844-844-3388. We're building the monsters. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Rather interesting. Someone brought up, with all this attention as of late to the English proficiency in the trucking industry, reinstating the out-of-service provision. Well, we know the airline industry definitely has the English language proficiency. Someone had asked or mentioned, I'm not sure about the rail, and I guess the answer to the question is that apparently they have not. The Department of Transportation proposed a rule that would require English language proficiency for railroad crews and establish a geographic limit for Mexican crews entering the U.S. This was on Friday. The DOT's Federal Railroad Administration issued this notice of proposed rulemaking to establish English language proficiency as a requirement for a railroad carrier to certify and recertify locomotive engineers and conductors. This would mandate that engineers and conductors undergo all training and testing for certification in English. Now, as the proposed rule would mandate all training and testing for certification in English, U.S. railroads should be able to assess quickly whether this might be an obstacle to certify any person, just kind of like the DOT requirements for commercial motor vehicle drivers issued by the FMCSA. The Federal Railroad Association plans to evaluate whether locomotive engineers and conductors read and speak the English language sufficiently to perform their duties safely, and will expect each railroad carrier to do the same as proposed in the rule. Other provisions included in the proposal include a geographic limit for Mexican-based crews at the southern border. The crews would be restricted from entering more than 10 miles into the U.S. Now, this in response to a Federal Railroad Association inspectors observing railroad crews struggling with language issues during routine safety oversight that was taking place in Laredo last year. December 19 of last year, the DOT announced that during the FRA's routine regulatory oversight of cross-border operations on Canadian Pacific, Kansas City Limited, and Union Pacific Railroad, we observed instances in which inbound Mexican-based crew members appeared to have difficulty interpreting general track bulletins and communicating safety requirements in English with inspectors. Now, because essential train documents, radio communications, and mandatory directives are maintained exclusively in English for U.S. operations, it is inherent and essential that the FRA's locomotive engineer and conductor qualifications be in English. It is 844-844-3388. Final hour comes our way just ahead. First, news, a service of Industrial Injection.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here
and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is pausing military strikes against Iran as President Trump pursues a new agreement with Tehran. Trump says a proposed deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and eliminate Iran's nuclear threat.
I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country and a disaster?
Meanwhile, the State Department is urging Americans in the region to be prepared to leave if conditions worsen. Senator Scott is accusing Dr. Fauci of misleading the public on COVID policies.
Florida Senator Rick Scott is criticizing former health advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci after Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment during a Senate hearing. Scott says changing guidance during the pandemic damaged public trust and contributed to vaccine skepticism. Fauci's defenders argue his recommendations reflected evolving scientific information, while critics continue to call for more accountability over pandemic decisions. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Senator John Kennedy says he's uncertain whether President Trump believes his claim that vandals damaged the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Comments come after Trump criticized the Justice Department's decision to drop charges against the former Olympian accused of causing the damage. 6 months after her mother disappeared from her southern Arizona home, NBC Today host Savannah Guthrie is renewing her public plea for help. The president commented,
But as you know, the local community really runs those things, and some people haven't liked the way the local communities run it, haven't liked the way the sheriffs run it, but we would like to give them the benefit, but we're there anytime they need us. It's a terrible thing.
The FBI remains involved. Investigators say the case is active, and a reward topping $1 million is being offered for information. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
That's a lot of people trying to get out of a couple of real choke points that have been problematic for that particular area for a while now.
Strong winds fueled fast-moving wildfires around Spokane yesterday, sending embers across the Spokane River and igniting neighborhoods. Police Chief Kevin Hall.
About 60,000 individuals were evacuated in that amount of time. I think that's extraordinary.
Evacuations caused major traffic backups as residents assisted direct vehicles through heavy smoke until police arrived. Prosecutors accuse a Canadian green card holder of voting illegally in Florida elections.
Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer says 66-year-old Giorgio Mucelli of Melbourne is a green card holder who voted at least 7 times since falsely swearing he was a citizen in 2004.
When election officials confronted him, he lied and claimed he never voted. Finally, he admitted the truth. He knew he was not allowed to vote, but he did it anyway.
Officials used a federal database to verify Mucelli wasn't a U.S. citizen. He's charged with 2 third-degree felonies and could get up to 10 years behind bars if convicted. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The murder trial of Lindsay Clancy resumes tomorrow in Massachusetts. Jurors visited her former home on Friday, where prosecutors say she strangled her 3 children back in 2023. Clancy has pled not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming she suffered from postpartum psychosis. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Here we go, final hour as we roll into a Monday. Just like that, 3rd day of August. Here we go. Yes, several, in light of Dr. Fauci's failure to answer any questions last week, had been asking about, what about his cohort in crime? A.K.A. Dr. Scarf, Dr. Birx, who for the longest period of time was his cohort in crime on a daily basis, appearing before the cameras alongside Dr. Fauci, pretty much touting much the same. Apparently, I guess somewhere down the line, we actually heard from Dr. Birx. They're saying that essentially, she threw Fauci under the bus after he refused to answer questions in last week's Senate hearing. She finally appeared, of course, he finally appeared under subpoena last Wednesday morning, as we've all seen, after enjoying that celebrity status, appearing on all the networks during the pandemic. All of a sudden shut his mouth and refused to explain any of his actions, essentially unlawfully pleading the fifth 111 times. But his partner in crime, shall we say former, Dr. Birx, some call her the Scarf Lady, threw him under the bus after the hearing. During an appearance on Newsmax, Dr. Birx claimed that the blue states overclosed and said it was all political. There were solutions, but it became very political. And we all have to be aware because it was a presidential election year. She went on to say it was important for blue states to show that they were taking it very seriously. And they overclosed. And we just have to be honest that that happened. Now, this is the same lady who told people to wear goggles and put on your medical masks. Never forget, Birx was also caught flying to visit her family during Thanksgiving while she was the one telling everybody else, don't visit your families. Matter of fact, last year there were 7 states that accused Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and a handful of others of heinous crimes, including murder, medical coercion, even terrorism stemming from their COVID-era policies and decisions at the time. The complete list included, obviously, topping the list, Dr. Fauci, followed by Dr. Birx, the former White House COVID coordinator, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the former CDC director, Dr. Francis Collins, the former National Institutes of Health director, Dr. Cliff Lane, who was deputy director of the NIAID, like one step under Fauci there, Dr. Stephen Hahn, the former FDA commissioner, Dr. Janet Woodcock, principal deputy commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, Arizona specific, Dr. Peter Hotez, Baylor's vaccine promoter, Arizona specific, Dr. Robert Redfield, the former CDC director, Dr. Peter Daszak, who was EcoHealth Alliance president and Wuhan collaborator, Dr. Ralph Baric, UNC virologist that was linked to gain-of-function research, Dr. Rick Bright, the former BARDA director, and hospital administrators as well as care providers across Arizona and Pennsylvania. Those referral letters outlined a list of charges, including murder, negligent homicide, involuntary manslaughter, medical coercion and abuse, human trafficking for forced labor, racketeering, operating a corrupt organization, and even terrorism. Obviously, Arizona and Pennsylvania were a part of that. They don't list. I said there was a total of 7 states that participated in that. And now we know Florida had made the announcement following his lack of testimony. And I guess over the weekend, Louisiana, the latest to announce that they're going to join into that suit, looking at possible state charges there against Dr. Fauci, a.k.a. Dr. Doom. All right, see what's going on with the blind man as we get the new week underway. Morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, I heard the president's cabinet meeting, I guess, last week, and I'm very happy to hear that he's going to crack down on the foreign truck drivers, especially the ones that are illegal aliens, and replace them with veterans.
Yes.
Who already know how to drive heavy equipment. So I'm extremely happy about that. I think it would make the highways a lot safer in the long run. I'll be going to the eye doctor this week, 2 of them. One is a retina specialist, and I'm going to ask about ivermectin. Maybe it will reverse the effects of the COVID shot that I was more or less forced to take, and maybe restore some usable vision, because I could see pretty well before I got the jab. I still, carried my white cane with me to let drivers know that I do have a visual problem, and I'm hoping this ivermectin or the other one, I can't remember the name of it, something Quinn, will do the reverse. The problem is I don't know how I'm going to get it. I'll figure that out after I see the 2 eye doctors on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, nothing's really going on. I'm watching the people next door tear this house down little bit by little bit. And that big tree in the back, it was about 20 stories tall, was taken down. So I'm sure that will make my homeowner's insurance very happy. That I don't have that threat when there's high winds. Don't have to worry about the branches coming down in the wintertime and the tulips coming down in the spring. And it was a trash tree. So I'm glad that big thing is gone once and for all.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm watching the workmen next door, little by little, tearing the house down. They're working on the chimney now. So anyhow, that's all I really have to say. I still like to hear from Seeing Eye, a dog. I'm curious how he picked that handle. It'd be a lot of fun to talk to him. And I guess my number's out there if he wants to give me a shout. So that's it for now, sir.
Hey, thanks for checking in there, Blind Man. And yes, I guess that was the announcement about putting veterans behind the wheel. That has received accolades pretty much across the board from industry organizations, many veterans. Matter of fact, Landline, I believe. Yeah, it was Landline Friday. It says the road from the military to the trucking industry is getting even shorter, promoted as the Freedom Haulers Initiative. The DOT and the Department of Veterans Affairs renewing those efforts to get military veterans behind the wheel of a big rig. During the White House event Thursday, July 30, President Trump said the administration will make it as easy as possible for the veterans to enter trucking, citing data that truck drivers who are veterans, and I found this interesting, account for 42% fewer crashes. Yes, there are many military veterans out there driving truck, as we all know. The Trump administration wants safer roads and more jobs for the American veteran. Now, this is not necessarily a new mission. An existing military skills test waiver program allows drivers with 2 years' experience safely operating heavy machinery vehicles to obtain a CDL without taking the driving test. According to the FMCSA, some 40,000 service members and veterans have taken advantage of that program. However, they want to open the door even wider with 3 policy changes. Number 1, the window for the military skills test waiver program will be extended from 1 to 2 years post-service. 34 states have committed to the FMCSA's Even Exchange program, which allows qualified veterans to bypass both written and driving exams to fast-track their route to a CDL. And number 3, active duty service members can now apply and test for a commercial learner's permit or CDL in the state where they're currently stationed rather than traveling back to their home state. This benefit is also available for 2 years post-service. A new Freedom Haulers website was launched to provide more information about the campaign, testimonials, and steps that veterans can take to become a truck driver. As I said, pretty much everybody giving praise and accolades. OOIDA is one of those who supports the Freedom Haulers Initiative, with nearly 40% of our membership Having served in the U.S. Armed Forces, OOIDA's members bring a unique dedication to both national security and road safety. Military veterans have the skills to succeed in trucking, and that's what makes them the safest operators of an 80,000-pound commercial vehicle that traverses America's roadways. OOIDA strongly applauds the Trump administration for launching the Freedom Haulers Initiative to ensure the most well-trained professional men and women are operating large trucks. Of course, OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, he was a trucker and a military veteran, actually was there attending the White House event. The renewed effort to recruit military veterans into trucking, of course, following implementation of the FMCSA's non-domiciled CDL rule that took effect in March, that when all is said and done, is expected to remove nearly 200,000 truck drivers. Of course, now enforcement of the English proficiency regulations as well, that's placed more than 20,000 drivers out of service. Yeah, we've been through the drill. Secretary Sean Duffy says illegals who can't speak our language have no business getting behind the wheel of a big rig. Veterans who've already demonstrated the grit, the discipline, the skills to take on this task are the right people for the job. Now, through our Freedom Haulers campaign, we're kind of cutting the red tape so these patriots can get their licenses even faster and start making real money in record time.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
update. Last week, of course, late in the week, had highlighted the hacking of some 30 different water systems. What initially was being reported is only in the state of Minnesota. The scope of cyber attacks on U.S. water systems has grown to now include at least 7 states, and it may be far wider, according to officials, as authorities racing to safeguard the nation's water supply against an assault that increasingly appeared to be the work of Iran. Now, while there's no indication that any water supply has been altered or made unsafe to drink, state and local officials around the country were placed on high alert for potential problems in vulnerable computers that are commonly used to monitor and adjust water quality, including chemical treatment levels and water pressure. As we know, Minnesota was the first publicly reported. Now, Michigan says their systems have also been targeted. Experts tell us the attack has little precedent, but has long been the stuff of nightmares and sensationalized Hollywood thrillers. An apparent cyber attack by a foreign power during a time of war that could, at least in theory, jeopardize the health and safety of millions of Americans. Officials cautioned that they have not definitively determined Iran was responsible for the attack, and the investigation is still preliminary. But they said Iran had stepped up cyber attacks since the U.S. and Israel launched the war against them 5 months ago, and had previously targeted water systems and other critical infrastructure here in the U.S. There seemed no financial motive, making a criminal attack less likely. So in other words, it was not a ransomware sort of attack. That was the first question in my mind. Despite growing concerns, President Trump sought to downplay the matter by trying to blame Minnesota, which was early to spot and report the recent surge, which helped prompt other states to look at their systems for suffering intrusions. His intelligence agencies believe were highly likely carried out by Iran. Now, federal officials privately said Iran remains the top suspect, but that's a preliminary assessment, has not yet established definitive forensic proof. It's not unusual in a complex cyber investigation, which can often take months to reach any final conclusions, if at all. But the mayor of Braham, the small city north of Minneapolis that was one of those affected, said, we're getting bits and pieces of information from the state and the FBI. They held an interview Friday afternoon. They're pretty sure it's Iranian actors, but they're reluctant to say so publicly. Now, a memo was sent out to an industry group that shares cyber threat information among the water utilities around the country, stating the attacks aligned with hacking activity previously conducted by actors in Iran. One Republican running for state auditor there said he heard the president's remark kind of casting doubt on Iran's culpability. He's entitled to his opinion, but it is incumbent for officials to help cities harden their defenses against these sort of attacks. I think that there was also a memo that had gone out to the utilities all around the country, as a matter of fact, advising them to try to get any sort of water utility infrastructure that had links to the internet, to get them off the internet. because that's how the hackers are getting him. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions, from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is pausing military strikes against Iran as President Trump pursues a new agreement with Tehran. Trump says a proposed deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and eliminate Iran's nuclear threat.
I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country and disaster?
Meanwhile, the State Department is urging Americans in the region to be prepared to leave if conditions worsen. Senator Scott is accusing Dr. Fauci of misleading the public on COVID policies.
Florida Senator Rick Scott is criticizing former health advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci after Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment during a Senate hearing. Scott says changing guidance during the pandemic damaged public trust and contributed to vaccine skepticism. Fauci's defenders argue his recommendations reflected evolving scientific information, while critics continue to call for more accountability over pandemic decisions. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Senator John Kennedy says he's uncertain whether President Trump believes his claim that vandals damaged the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Comments come after Trump criticized the Justice Department's decision to drop charges against the former Olympian accused of causing the damage. 6 months after her mother disappeared from her southern Arizona home, NBC Today host Savannah Guthrie is renewing her public plea for help. The president commented,
But as you know, the local community really runs those things. And some people haven't liked the way the local communities run it, haven't liked the way the sheriffs run it. But we would like to give them the benefit. But we're there anytime they need us. Well, it's a terrible thing.
The FBI remains involved. Investigators say the case is active, and a reward topping $1 million is being offered for information. Gold's currently trading at $4,084 an ounce, while silver's at $58 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
That's a lot of people trying to get out of a couple of real choke points that have been problematic for that particular area for a while now.
Strong winds fueled fast-moving wildfires around Spokane yesterday, sending embers across the Spokane River and igniting neighborhoods. Police Chief Kevin Hall.
About 60,000 individuals were evacuated in that amount of time. I think that's extraordinary.
Evacuations caused major traffic backups as residents assisted direct vehicles through heavy smoke until police arrived. Prosecutors accused a Canadian green card holder of voting illegally in Florida elections.
Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier says 66-year-old Giorgio Mucelli of Melbourne is a green card holder who voted at least 7 times since falsely swearing he was a citizen in 2004.
When election officials confronted him, he lied and claimed he never voted. Finally, he admitted the truth. He knew he was not allowed to vote, but he did it anyway.
Officials used a federal database to verify Mucelli wasn't a U.S. citizen. He's charged with 2 third-degree felonies and could get up to 10 years behind bars if convicted. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The murder trial of Lindsay Clancy resumes tomorrow in Massachusetts. Jurors visited her former home on Friday, where prosecutors say she strangled her 3 children back in 2023. Clancy has pled not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming she suffered from postpartum psychosis. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
As Rick likes to say, around in third, headed toward home here on a Monday. Back to the water systems. I knew I had more info somewhere in the mix here. State and local officials have said the Minnesota attacks did not threaten water safety, but in some cases, certain systems were taken offline and had to be reset manually. Thursday's alert from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency warned that hackers have, in some cases, changed passwords to lock out operators and disconnect certain devices from the networks, resulting in boil water notices and substantial manual operations. Unidentified victims have reported to the FBI that operational effects of the attacks have, in certain places, included loss of pressure and flooding. Minnesota's IT services, the Information Technology Agency for the state's executive branch, said the investigations into the incidents are ongoing. Most of the confirmed cases involved technology that water systems use to remotely monitor and control equipment, including programmable logic controllers, PLCs, and the computer screens that operators use to manage them. The chief information security officer said in the statement, the state has provided relevant information to the government, which is evaluating this activity. So again, everything kind of points back to Iran, but in some cases being advised to get anything that would be accessible via the likes of the internet, take them offline. But this is all consistent, they say, with prior Iranian-linked activity, and that the publicly reported information of some systems being taken temporarily offline does represent an interesting escalation compared to some of the previous events. And that's pretty much the same discussions we hold when it comes to election integrity, voting systems, access to the internet, right? If there's any link to the internet, I don't care how good your supposed security and encryption is, the bad guys are always out there finding a better way, and especially in this day and age of artificial intelligence and the growing of quantum computing, as they say. All right, Michael, quick check-in from Paris, Ohio. Just got to the yard. 65 degrees, a cloudy sky, some off and on showers, wrapping things up for my couple of days off here. Hope everybody has a great morning. Be safe out there. Hello to the Gold Hunter. How's it going tonight, Steve? Well, it's a Monday, greatest day of the week. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Happy Monday. Jave checking in from the Three Fat Truckers. Beautiful 67 degrees this morning in Fort Wayne. We're heading down to Florida this week. Hope everybody has a safe, wonderful day. All right, a couple folks said, hey, Eagle, you got the big cookie this morning, just in case you were wondering. Heidi Ho from the Asphalt Soldier, 66 degrees in Sugar Grove, Ohio. All right. It had been a real mess there in Louisville for several months with that section of I-65 being shut down. I don't know. I've lost track how many trucks ended up getting the roofs ripped off their trailers, going to some of those low overpasses, not taking the correct bypasses. June 1, that section closed for the project to address aging bridges. The good news that I-65 reopened to vehicles last week, a few days ahead of schedule. Transportation Cabinet Secretary said, we know an interstate closure has significant impacts on drivers. We appreciate the patience and flexibility drivers have shown during this closure. The improvements we're making now will benefit drivers for decades to come. However, the project is apparently far from over. Travel, they say, will remain limited to 2 lanes in each direction of I-65 between the Watterson Expressway and Jefferson Street. Drivers traveling through Louisville should continue to use the detour in place to avoid construction, according to transportation officials. It's important for drivers to note this remains a construction zone. Drivers not stopping in Louisville should still take the detour. The local drivers should keep using real-time mapping apps for the best route. Obviously, the detour using roadways with the most available capacity and creates the least traffic impacts. 9 bridges are being replaced or rehabbed as part of this I-65 Central Corridor project. They have determined that a phased approach with lane restrictions is the best way from this point forward to complete the project, rather than a complete shutdown like we had for almost 2 months there. So obviously, folks by now know updates are available online, or you can sign up for email or text message notifications from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. Let me see here. Would that be Jim? Morning, Jim.
Yeah, good morning there, Steve. I was just wondering about one of your old advertisers there, the Big Rig Mattress. My mattress is getting wore out. It's been a pretty good mattress since Peterbilt, and I ordered one of them several years ago. Man, that was a really good mattress, and I tried to Google them, and I couldn't find nothing on the internet about them. Are they still in business?
Yes, indeed, they are. They kind of moved from being focused on the truck mattress to more of the home mattresses. Current mattress is the name of I'm trying to Google it for you here.
Oh, okay.
Current mattress, because Brian Mathis. Actually, I was on a king size Big Rig mattress, which that's pretty much what they went to the current mattress platform. Now they do still make the mattresses for the big trucks, but do a search on current mattress, CURRENT.
Okay. Yeah, I brought, I go Big Rig mattress, and nothing come up there. But, man, I'll tell you what, that was, I kept that thing for, 10, 12 years. And
right.
It never sagged or anything. But, man, it was, it was a really good mattress. So I'll do that and see if I can find them there and stuff. Are they still in Dalton, Georgia?
That is correct. I think I got them here. Yeah, 2600 Abutment Road there, Dalton, Georgia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember they was in Dalton there.
Yep.
Stuff there, but
so I got a phone number if you want to give them a ring when they open up this morning. They open at like 8 a.m.
Okay. Okay. What is it?
Can you jot it down? It's area code 706-278-6010. 278-6010.
6010. Okay.
And tell if you tell Brian Mathis I said hello. It's been a while since we've talked. I didn't get to see him there at the truck show this year. I was so busy. Normally he always comes over to say hey. So
yeah. Yep. Well, I know he advertised with you for a long time.
Yes, he did.
Over the years.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. So. Yeah, they kind of moved up to the home mattress category, in which the current mattress, it's got all the bells and the whistles, the fine print and whatnot. They're they're not a cheapo mattress, but you know what I mean. You get what you pay for. So,
have you got one of their home mattresses?
That is correct. Yeah, when I gave him a call, I was asking him if I could get a new cover for my big rig mattress. And he said, "Well, you've had it so long." He said, "Hey, Steve, we're actually making home mattresses." And he sent me a current mattress, which is a king size. It's pretty much the same thing, but it's kind of prettier. And I said, "Why do you have to make a mattress pretty? Because when you take it out of the packaging, you put sheets on it, and nobody ever sees the darn thing." And it's which is true, but So I am still sleeping on essentially a big rig mattress.
How many years have you had it? It ain't sagged or anything, has it?
No, it has not. The original one I had the split box springs underneath, and I did start to get a little bit of a dip between the box springs. When he sent me the new one, we got the solid base platform, which doesn't have any split in it. So, there's no sag or dip on either side. Me or the Princess, either one.
Yeah. I might try one of them home mattresses, too. I'll give him a call later. But I'm on a regular run. I run from Tampa, Florida to San Antonio, Texas, haul seafood out every week and come back. And I've been doing it for 3 years, haul produce back into Florida. I'm in Mariana right now. It's a pretty bad storm back there a minute ago. But I was coming east back there a while ago, I don't know, about 3 hours ago. I was back there at coming by the 13-mile marker in Mississippi, just east of Slidell there, where you cross out of Louisiana into Mississippi. And the DOT there at about the 12, 13-mile marker there coming east, they was putting a camper in there, setting it up. And there's a lot of DOT cars in there. It's closed when I come by about 3 hours ago, but they're getting ready to do something big time in there with that camper in there. It says on the camper, it said the Department of Mississippi, Department of Transportation. So they're going to break some hearts there today and tomorrow or whenever. It looks like they're getting ready to get serious.
Interesting.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to hear from you. I appreciate the heads up there. And I did a quick search, and I don't know, maybe you did how did you spell mattress? Mattresses is with 2 T's and 2 S's. The Big Rig Mattress. I found the website there, the Big Rig Mattress, with a Google search.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll put right.
Yep.
2 S's. Yeah. Okay, I'll check it out and see there. But I'll give him a call and I'll tell him I talked to you there. You need a mattress cover.
No. He took care of me a couple of years ago. I'm good. He took care of me. Yep.
Okay.
So I'm good to go.
Okay. Appreciate what you do, Steve.
Thank you very much.
I just listen a lot out here coming up down the road there. Thank you there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, once in a blue moon. It's been, looks like he may have called 5 or 6 months after June of 2021. Is that right? It's been a while. Well, long time no talk, but still out there. The main thing is, thanks for listening. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, trying to root out the fraud. 3 pleading guilty last week to taking part in a major commercial driver's license fraud scheme in the state of Louisiana. This is how we end up with some of these individuals on the road. You know, the non-English speaking, untrained drivers. Ultimately, Mahmoud Alatab, Jonathan Parsons, and Marlon Roberts, each pleading guilty to 1 count of bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds, according to the Attorney's Office of the Eastern District of Louisiana. These 3 were among 6 people indicted in connection with a CDL bribery scheme last August. Alatab admitted that from about August of 2020 through February of 2024, he caused at least 124 people to fraudulently receive CDLs. In that time frame, Parsons admitted he caused at least 118 people to fraudulently receive CDLs by providing each person with a false training entry or a false skills test entry, or both. False entries. Roberts admitted that on 7 occasions in early 2023, she created false scoring sheets to assist Parsons in making false skills test reports. Restaurant owner Alatab admitted to being the ringleader of a scheme where drivers would pay approximately $5,000 in order to skip knowledge testing, entry-level driver training, and skills testing, and actually obtain an unearned CDL. So we're talking $5,000, and these individuals absolutely know nothing. No knowledge test, no driver training, and no skills test. Here's your CDL. Good golly. Officials say that Alatab bribed 2 employees of a Donaldsonville, Louisiana Office of Motor Vehicles as part of the scheme. Yeah, the bribed employees would enter correct knowledge test answers for applicants identified to them by Alatab. He would then bring the applicant into the office where a commercial learner's permit would be issued. He admitted that he bribed 2 men who operated a truck driver training business. Parsons generated false training records for driver applicants to fulfill the entry-level driver training requirements. So everybody in the chain of everybody down the line, from the learner's permit to the training school to the final test, were being bribed successfully when they had no training whatsoever. The skills test examiner, Roberts, also admitted to fabricating score sheets to corroborate Parsons' false test reports after a CDL applicant received false skills test scores. Alatab would typically inform an OMV employee that they were returning to the OMV office to get the CDL. As part of the guilty plea, Alatab acknowledged that many of the applicants were not proficient in English language. The English language, no kidding. Therefore, he sometimes advised the OMV employees of language barriers. For example, on one occasion, Alatab texted an OMV employee that an applicant is outside the office to get a CDL and no English, meaning they didn't speak English. A charge of bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. There are other defendants charged in this case that are awaiting trial. So there are 3 of the 6 pleading guilty there. But how? That's unimaginable. Individuals who have no training, no English proficiency, no book learning, no driver, nothing whatsoever, actually. And we wonder why we see these insane incidents taking place out there. They don't know how to take a corner. They don't know how to back into a dock. All right, real quick, lastly, the state of Illinois. You continue to lead the nation in tornado reports this year. It's kind of almost like Tornado Alley shifted a bit further north and east this year, surpassing your annual record in June. And by the end of July, you've already broken that new record again. On June 17, there had been 164 tornado reports in the state. By July 31, up to 221 tornado reports. This is largely due to outbreaks that we saw in March, April, and again in June. By July's end, Indiana had the second highest state count this year with 89, but that's less than half of Illinois' total. Mississippi, Missouri, and Iowa rounding out the top 5. In addition to Illinois, Indiana has also tied their number of confirmed tornadoes. The National Weather Service noted in the month of June, a total of 79 had been surveyed in Indiana this year that broke their old record set back in 2011. We appreciate you spending some time with us here. We wrap it up on a Monday. Be safe. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight as we'll kick off our Taco Tuesday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hope you can join us.
guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
So I was asked to leave.
Give me my dreams.
You want me to put these back?
Give me my dreams.
Well, the point